to everyone who got up extra early. Who moved the clocks forward? I had a panic in the night, actually, because I know that your phone changes, but I didn't have a clock, so I was worried what the time was. So I woke up at 3 o'clock and Googled, what is the time? Just to make sure that my clock had actually gone forward. So congratulations to everyone who got up extra early and has joined me this morning. But it's going to be light this evening, so it heralds the beginning of spring. I know the first day of spring is the 21st of March, but I always think the day the clocks go forward is proper spring. Anyway, we've got a fab day for you today. We've got the brilliant Lucy Picksley in as a guest. We've got loads of great deals and offers, and first hour's all about needles and threads, which is my favourite. And we've got Pauline on floor. Don't often have Pauline on floor. So it's all the boys in the house today. Got Ben producing, Charlie directing, and Paul on floor. I am surrounded by handsome men this morning. Aren't I lucky? Anyway, shall we start off with an early bird though? Well, not just one, but I've got two today because it is my first day of spring. So I'm going to start off with this fantastic bumper pack of what it calls embroidery floss, but in English, stranded cotton. Stranded cotton. So this is perfect for cross stitch and embroidery, and you've got loads and loads of colours. So you've got 36 skeins in here. Now you get 8 meters on a skein. There are 6 strands in every skein as well. So if you're doing cross stitch, you can use 1, 2, 4, whatever you want for your cross stitch. For embroidery, fantastic. You can use 1 strand for just the tiniest details, 6 strands for the thicker stitches. And if you have a look at them, they're all variegated as well. Makes them really super gorgeous. So let's open them up. Let's get in there. So now if you think, now these are Trimmets ones. Now there are branded ones, but they normally cost, I would say, £1.80 to £2 per skein. This is £9.99 for 36. Well, that's before the special price. What is the Ben special price of the day? Da 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 da! £6.99. That's amazing. Now look at these. They're all variegated, which means they change colour as they go along. Oh, and a bit further. Oh, there we go. I wasn't even not in the middle at all. So they change colour as they go along, which means they're great if you're stitching anything naturalistic like flowers, foliage. All you need to do is you pull out, take the one you want, you pull out a length, and the colour will change across. The colour will change across the length of the thread, which is fantastic. So when you're stitching, it's lovely if you're doing something like leaves or stems, then the colour will change naturally. So use these, you know, you don't have to be a cross stitcher or necessarily embroidery. If you've got a quilt and you want to do some quilting on it, but you want to do a little bit of hand quilting, this is beautiful. You can really embellish things. So say you've got a panel that's got flowers and leaves, just do, it could be as simple as some running stitch or some back stitch around the edge of a shape. It gives it that 3D quality and really lifts the design. But the problem is we don't always have the colours, all the colours we want. But with all of these 36 skeins in the pack, £6.99, how much does that work out? What's 7 divided by 36? Don't know. About 20p. There you go, 19 pence. Obviously my brain's working this morning. 19 pence for a skein instead of about £182, which is brilliant, isn't it? Really, really good. When you've used them, we've got if you have a look on the Sewing Street website, we have lots and lots of different storage things and storage boxes for stranded cotton. I would say wrap them around a piece of card because they can get a little bit tangled as well. Anyway, 36, £6.99. Anyway, I'll leave those with you to check out because I've got another one. Not another one. I've got another one. Dome threaded needle case, because you'll be needing this for your embroidery. So Clover, now you know Clover, it's a fantastic brand. The great thing about Clover is A, It is brilliant quality. You are absolutely guaranteed top quality with Clover. And secondly, they come up with really innovative ideas because the people who own and work for Clover, they understand sewing. That's what they do. So they create gadgets and items and tools and materials specifically for sewers. So they are and it is the quality. Now, £9.99 this is. Not today. How much is it today then, Ben? £7.99. Now, this is a great little device, and it neatly stores away threaded needles. So if you struggle when you're sewing to thread, particularly if the light is dim or it's evening, you can thread all your needles during the daytime or get someone else to do it for you, even better. And then you put them all inside the needle case, and you can keep them all threaded in there, all inside, and then when you want to take one out, you just turn it round and it will take out the threaded needle for you. Absolutely brilliant. So they all go inside here and it will neatly store them away. I'm trying to think, 10, you can get 10 in there. So I would suggest, particularly if you're doing, maybe you're doing hand quilting, so you know that you're going to be using loads of thread, you can thread up all 10 of them. Or if you've done some sewing, you've got a bit left on it, instead of throwing it away, just store the needle in here. The way it works, because of the dial mechanism, means that the threads, once they're threaded around into the needles, won't get all tangled. And you can neatly then pop it in your bag. So if you're going to workshops or you're going on holiday and you don't want your needles to get all caught up and threaded, you could thread them all. I mean, lovely gift for somebody. Thread all 10 with different coloured threads. Absolutely perfect. Right, those are the early birds. I'll leave them with you. If you want to see them again, just message in. Right, I'm going to move over to this one. So let's see what's coming up today. So we're going to split the first hour. The first half an hour is all going to be about needles and threads. I have got some amazing needle bundles for you, and you know how much I love a needle, so that's exciting. And then at 8:30, we've got a brand new quilt kit. Love Confessions True Romance. It's a beautiful kit. So yesterday I spent a few hours going through the kit, seeing how it works. So I've done a little demo I'm going to show you. Now, all of you beginners out there, this is perfect. Everything is pre-cut and it's really easy and very quick, and I'm going to show you how. So if you are new to sewing, or you're a sewer and new to quilting, and you want to make a quilt that is perfect for beginners, is beautiful, and all of the hard work of the cutting is taken out for you, then be here at 8:30 and I'll show you how. If you're an experienced sewer, you'll just find it really easy, and the fabric is gorgeous. So, and I'm going to show you all about how to do sewing triangles together and give you a few tips as well. That's at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, we've got Lucy in with us with the Kaleidoscope collection, which is a pattern that she's designed. It is gorgeous. So if you've got any babies or toddlers in your life, or you're going to be having any in your life, this is perfect. So the kit, we've got instructions on their own, and we've got kits to make cushions. There's 3 cushions, and then there's a little baby blanket, and it's all backed with the softest fleece. It's like velvet fleece. We've got the kits available in 3 different colourways. Beautiful, and Lucy will be with us at 9 o'clock to explain exactly how it all works and to demo it. So this is ideal gift time. 10 o'clock, it's about bag making fabrics and supplies. I've also got some of the Amber Makes kits that have previously sold out. We've had a lot of messages for you. I've got a lot of messages from people asking about the duffel tote, the shapely shoulder and the wrapped in style. I've got them all with me today. We've got a few left of each, not loads though. They're all on pre-order now, and I'll be going through those with you. And then we've got loads of brilliant bag making supplies and fabric. So if you're a bag maker, and some of the items aren't always that easy to find, but we've got some beautiful ones for you. So be with me for 10 o'clock for that. At 11 o'clock, Lucy will be back with the Elizabeth bag, which is a beautiful bag. It's got like a canvas main body and then gorgeous fabrics as the highlights and the pockets. She's going to be demonstrating that. And again, we've got it with instructions only. We've got 3 different kits. So if you love Tula, you love a bit of Cave, it's all there. It's all there. That's at 11 o'clock. Then at 12 o'clock, it's about lighting and tools. So right, so in this hour, we're going to be talking about this beautiful, move the chair in the way, this beautiful quilt. Now, You saw it yesterday. We have a few, and when I say a few, I really mean that, a few, 34, that's it. That's it, we're not going to get them again. It is made entirely from William Morris fabric. It looks difficult, it isn't. The way that it is designed, the way that it is created, is in a really clever way. It's the Lone Star. I mean, it's stunning, isn't it? Even these sections, even these big plains, they're not plain, they're a William Morris print. The fabric is in there for the binding, and all of the fabric. It is a centerpiece, isn't it? You could hang it on a wall as a piece of art. Look amazing on a bed. If you're thinking, I've always wanted to make a quilt for somebody for a gift, get this quilt kit. We've got it at a really good price. And oh, and they're all of the lights that we've got in the final hour. So if you need some extra lighting and tools, everything in the lighting hour is on split pay. So you know what it's like when you're trying, particularly I was doing the other night some embroidery and I've got one of their lights. Fantastic, because you're just so annoying when you can't see properly and you want to turn all the lights on. Everyone goes, don't turn all the lights on. So you've just got your own light. That's at 12 o'clock. So it's a great day. It's quite mixed as well. So we'll be covering everybody today, from beginners to the more experienced too. Right, let's move on to needles. Right, hand sewing. Now, it's very important, as you know how much I love needles, always use the right needle for the job. This bundle, £11.92, you're getting all of these needles. So I'm going to go through them quickly, we won't get through everything. We've got milliners and straw needles. Obviously, I originally used for hat making for straw and milliners. Brilliant for hand sewing. In fact, this is what Jenny Jackson uses for her EPP. They are long needles with a fine eye. And although you think it might be easier to do embroidery with shorter needles, these long needles are perfect. Embroidery needles. So these are also called crewel needles. They've got a bigger eye, so these are great. If you've got the stranded cotton bundle, you'll need these because these are perfect for hand embroidery. We've got leather needles. They've got a chisely point, so these are ideal for sewing not only on leather but any non-woven fabric like PU or oilcloth. They will just slide through it better. More in baskets that we've got very busy already. We've got tapestry, blunt-ended needles, ideal for whip stitches, embroidery or cross stitch. Beading, super fine. They will even go through seed beads. We've got betweens, quilting needles. Obviously, these are for hand quilting, very short, very fine. A lot of people use them for embroidery as well. Sharps, these are your general sewing needle. This is for doing all your hems and doing all the extra hand stitches for dressmaking. They are super sharp. Tiny eyes, so you can get them through very fine fabric. So if you're doing sewing on particularly fine like chiffon or lawn, they're ideal for that. And then long darners, originally for darning. These are great for special embroidery stitches, like if you're doing a bullion knot or a French knot, they are perfect for that. So there's your whole collection. That will fulfill all your needles. All of them come in mixed sizes as well. So you've got like 5 to 10, 3 to 7. So there are only 8 of these bundles left. And 18 in baskets. It's my birthday today and I joined the OAP club. How did that happen? Ginny, happy birthday. But you know what, you can, I've decided from now on, you can be whatever age you want. I'm going to identify as 23 from now on. Because you can. I'm going to be 23. Happy birthday, Ginny. Happy birthday. And your birthday started early, since the clocks have gone forward. Yeah. How did the OB? You get a whole extra hour of your birthday today. Well, thank you for joining us, and I hope somebody's out in the kitchen making you a big cake. That's all I can say. A massive cake. And congratulations on joining the OAP club. But you can be whatever age you like. So I'll leave those needles with you, but if you do any hand sewing at all, get the pack and honestly use the right needle for the job. It will make a big difference to the finished result. Yes, now I've got a smaller hand sewing needle, slightly different as well. Now, there are 4 packs here, but these are very specialist. I'll start with the doll needles. These are brilliant. Now, don't just think that you need these for doll making. These are brilliant. I use them, so obviously, particularly like if you're making teddies or dolls, and the arms are sewn on from one arm through to the other, often with buttons. You need these. You've got 3 long needles in here. I use them when I'm sewing buttons through something. So if you do, you know those cushions where you have buttons on the front and the back, and then you sew, so you pull one button through to the other side. I can't think what they're called. These are ideal for this. But I have to say, people in my house use them all the time. My son was fitting speakers in his car the other day, and he goes, "Have you got those long needles?" No idea what they were for. But they are absolutely, I don't know what he was using them for, but they are brilliant. And when you look at this pack, £5.96, I'd pay that just for the pack of 3 needles. We then got curved needles. Now, originally, these are used in upholstery for sewing round corners, but they are brilliant for anything where you are sewing just a slight curve on something and you're struggling to get the needle round. It's one of those packs where you think, I'm not sure when I'm going to need that, but when you are sewing something on a curved edge, like if you're sewing the edge of a pincushion or something, they are absolutely brilliant. Then we've got a pack of embroidery crewel needles, so that will cover you for most of your sewing needles because they are in sizes 5 to 10. So those are brilliant for general sewing. And then we've got the leather needles. Again, remember there's 5 in this pack. They have a little chisel-y point. Quite hard to see. You'll see them when you get them home. So they just almost like cut the hole in something. So if you've ever tried to hand sew leather or PU or vinyl or PVC, struggle to get the needles through, then get these. So this pack, very speciality pack, but absolutely brilliant, really good. I have all of these, and to have these in your sewn basket is fab, because when you need them, you really need them. Only 10 left, so I will leave those 10 with you. Right, now let's go sewing machines. Now, how annoying is it when your sewing machine needle breaks? And don't you find that when your sewing machine needle breaks, you then break another one? Why is that? Why do they break in succession? Because you do the same thing again, you sew over the end of the other zip. I do it all the time. Now, these Janome needles are ideal. They are created for, they're used in the Janome and the Elna machines. Now, most sewing machine needles are labelled by their type. So you might get universal or stretch or jeans or top stitch, all different sizes. With the Janome ones, they are labelled by colour, just to make it easier for you. So in this pack, we've got all of the colours. So we've got the blue tip, which is your standard regular one. So this is kind of your universal. They've got a pierced, so they've got a nice sharp point for sewing woven fabrics. However, they have got a slightly rounded, so these are your universals. Then we've got the red tip. These are for metallic threads, because they've got the, right, you have to sort of work out which ones they're for. So these, they have it's called a scarf. So behind the hole in the bottom, the eye of the needle, there's a groove which is called a scarf, and the depth of the groove depends on the thickness of the thread. So on a standard needle, the scarf isn't very deep because the thread is narrow. On a red tip needle, the scarf is quite deep, so they're ideal for top stitch threads or metallic threads. And you will find if you use the red tip needle when you're using slightly thicker threads, the needles won't break and you won't get the same skipped stitch. More in baskets than we've got left. The super stretch needles, obviously they are round tipped. They are used for stretch fabrics or lycra, that kind of thing, where you want the ball point because you don't want to pierce the fabric threads, otherwise you'll get a ladder like in your tights. You just want to separate them, which is what happens to these. And then we've got the purple tip, and these are for sewing knits, free motion embroidery, and sewing across hems as well. So you've got the whole pack. And what's great is on the back of all of the packs, it tells you what each of the ones are for. So it's quite useful that you can go into and go, oh, well, that's the one I'll use. So the purple tips are for knits, free quilting, sewing across the hem, and for dense stitch embroidery. So they are, I would say they must be the thicker ones. Yeah, so those are the size 90, so they're like a jeans needle because they're thicker. We have 4 of these left and 17 in baskets, so get them now. Only £21, but be quick. 2 boxes. Oh, these little ones here. Right, so I've got 2 boxes of needles here. Ooh, no. Let me open this one. Now look at this pack here. This is gorgeous. Now, in here, we've got gold-plated scissors and tapestry needles. So, no, not gold-plated scissors. The scissors are just super sharp. I won't take them out, but look how sharp they are. So if you want to use, these are ideal for your embroidery, for snipping threads. This is a lovely pack for anyone who does embroidery or cross stitch or hand sewing. These are super sharp, which means you can cut the threads right up to the edge. You've then got gold-plated tapestry needles. Tapestry needles have a blunt point so that you use them for sewing on Aida, even weave and linen, so that they go through the holes and don't pierce the threads. But because when you're doing any embroidery or cross stitch, you are constantly going in and out and in and out and in and out, the coating of the needle disappears, and as soon as the needle goes even the slightest bit black, then it starts catching on the threads, and then you need a new needle. With the gold-plated ones, it takes a longer time, much longer for the plating to come off, so they will last longer. So although they are more expensive than standard needles, they're actually better value for money because they last longer. So we've got two size 24s, that's the slightly thicker one. So that's what you'll use for your 14 Aida, and then we've got two size 26s, so you'd use these for an 18 Aida or any even weave. So any even weave, whether it's 26, 28, 32, 36 HPI, any of those you'll use the 26 for, but the 24 are used for the 14. They can also be used for embroidery for whip stitches. So if you do like a back stitch and then you want to do a whipped running stitch through it and you don't want to pierce the threads, use these for this. But what a lovely little pack for just $15.49, and these are the most beautiful quality scissors that go with them as well. If you've never used gold-plated needles, treat yourself and have a go. I never do cross stitch with anything else, just because I get through so many needles. Because the moisture and the sweat from your hands oxidizes them and they just go black really quickly. Right, and then this pack, another one. Ooh, I like this little box. Oh, now look at that. This is called the Pluperfect Needle Collection. So I'm just going to read what we've got. We've got a beading needle, so that's your super fine. Now the best thing about these beading needles is normally beading needles are really long to get seed beads on. But when you're attaching beads to cross stitch or embroidery, you're not actually threading them. You don't want the length of them, but you need the fineness. Is that a word? The fineness. So you get the beading needle, but a short beading needle. You get an embroidery needle. You get a size 22 tapestry needle. You get the curved needle. These are all gold plated as well. There's the curved needle. So if you're constructing things, sometimes when you do embroidery, you're doing 3D items, and maybe you're sewing like a little house, or you're sewing one side at right angles to another. These are ideal for whip stitching together. And then you've got two each of size 24, 26 and 28. Which is brilliant because 24 is for the 14 Aida, 26 for your even weaves. But if you're using a higher even weave linen, like a 32 or 36 HPI, the 28 is perfect. So all of those, that is all your embroidery needs, including the curved one. I've never seen a curved gold-plated needle. Beautiful. I mean, and they've been collated and collected and put together by Jane Greenough, and she obviously knows what she's talking about. That is a lovely little set to own, and it comes in a really nice little box as well. Perfect. So that's the more needles. Now these, got them back. I love these. They sell out every time. Now they are called a quilting needle gripper, which I do use them for sometimes, but I use them for many other things too. These are brilliant. I tell you what they're great for. They're great for many things that have got nothing to do with sewing as well, because they have the most superb grip. So you grip a needle in them, and all you do is push them together, and then this locks. If you then push them the other way, you can do it one-handed, they'll unlock. You can pull a needle through fabric and it will grip it. Absolutely amazing. If you get a pin stuck in something and then you've turned it the right sides out and it's inside the hem, if you grab hold of the pin with this, it will pull it through. It's amazing uses round the house that you think, you need to grip something. They are fantastic for stuffing items though. This is what I use them mainly for. So if you're toy making or doll making or you're stuffing tiny corners, you can grip big chunks of wadding even in it, and it will grip. You can then push it right into the corner of the very edge of something. So if you've got like a hand or a foot and you want to get it right in, then because you can do it one-handedly while your hand's inside, you release that stuffing then slides out. So you will often see soft toy makers, doll makers will have these needle grippers. At £8.99, honestly, this is an essential part of your sewing kit. I use them all the time. But it's amazing, actually, that quite often that I will use them around the house for other things. I think, what do I need? I tell you what, these are better than tweezers. A really, really strong grip. I've taken splinters out with them. So if you use tweezers, quite often it will slip through. You use needle grippers on a splinter. Amazing. They have got like grooves, almost like crocodile teeth on either side, and that just grips the needle. They are fantastic, honestly. So if you need to pull a needle through something, they really do work. But it depends what you do, isn't it? For me, it's those little spaces that you can't get the stuffing into, particularly in the corners of things. Now, it's taken us over a month to get them back. I mean, they're a really affordable price, £8.99, but they are brilliant. And if you've got a pair or get a couple of pairs, you'll soon find other people in your house going, oh, can I just borrow those, when you discover what they're absolutely ideal for. But for stuffing things, so I often, when I do shows where we've got stuffed items, even if it's just like a pin cushion, I try and get these on, and they're always out of stock. So if you've got them in your basket, you need to get checked out on those, because they will go again and we won't have them. Only £8.99, which is really affordable, but they are great. And I like the fact that as soon as you push your fingers together, they lock completely, which means that is holding so tightly. I mean, I think they're actually surgical. I mean, now they've been rebranded as needle grippers, but I think they are actually surgical, because they use them for sewing wounds and all sorts, but they are not for sewing, but for pulling the needles through. So they are actually surgical scissors, but I think somebody's discovered how fantastic they are for sewing. And then once you've got it super grip, then when you want to undo it, if you just squeeze your fingers together, it unlocks. Just one of the really, really simple, isn't it? It's just those groove teeth, a really simple open and shut closure, because you need that so that you can really pull it through. Or when you're stuffing something, that you can actually release it as well. Brilliant, aren't they? So £8.99, loads if you've got them in your baskets. So you need to get checked out with those. Right. What should we do next, Ben? Or should we, can we do the Aurifil? I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. So this is my favourite Aurifil. This is Aurifil Necessities House Collection. Makes it sound like garage music, doesn't it? This is the house collection. This is brilliant. Now, if you haven't used Aurifil, this is your introduction to Aurifil. And I love Aurifil thread because it is the most fantastic quality. It's Egyptian long staple cotton, which means that the fibres in it are extra long, which means that they lay flatter on top of each other. So you don't get that fluffing and bobbling that you get in your machine with normal threads. It's an Italian company, Aurifil. They choose all the colours, they're then all collated there. So the colours, the quality, it's beautiful. Now it's $43.99 for 4 spools. So I think people always think, oh, Aurifil's really expensive. But you are getting 1,300 metres on a spool. So $43.99, and you're getting 1,300 metres on each spool. So how does that work out per metre then, Ben? Oh, he's going to crash. I want 1,300 times 4 and then divide that by $35.99. Wow. So what does that work out per metre? He's going to calculate 1,300 times 4 and then do that divided by $35.99 divided by that, and we'll know. So in here you get white, cream, silver grey and black. So these are your essentials. You will use these in your... Ben's worked that as £144 a metre. I don't think that's right. Times 4. Right, and then do $35.99 divided by 5,200. 0.006, so 6p. So that's good, isn't it? That is not bad, is it? You work that out. If you work out what a spool of thread of other makes, $35.99. So if you use Aurifil, get this, that's a fantastic price. Special offer by Ben this morning. If you haven't used Aurifil, honestly, because you've got so much, you know when you're making a big quilt and you're doing all the piecing and all the quilting and everything, and you go through several spools of thread, I'll pop one of these in my machine and don't even use the whole thing. It's a 50 weight thread. So it's the same weight as any other normal sewing thread. They're obviously different weights, but general sewing thread for general piecing and sewing and dressmaking is a 50. It doesn't just use for quilting, you can use it for dressmaking as well. However, there's something about the fact, because it's the long staple cotton, the fibres lie flatter and more together. It appears finer, it sits sort of more within your fabric. So I like to use it particularly when I'm using multicoloured fabrics and I'm not sure what colour to use. I'll maybe use the grey. It doesn't show up, it sits within. If you're doing dressmaking and you don't want the seams to show, it's brilliant for hand sewing. So if you're doing any hand sewing, because it doesn't bobble. And you know when you're hand sewing particularly, you get those little lumps of thread, or you get them on your machine when you use Aurifil. So treat yourself, have a go. That's the only way you're going to find out. People used to go on and on about it, never bought it, but now this is a pack that I always keep. I love it. Treat yourself. Well, I would, that special price. Is that today only, Ben? Yeah, till midnight. Till midnight. We have got so many threads here. So many. Let's do this one, because this is a nice speciality thread. Yeah, just a single spool of thread. But this isn't any single spool of thread. Oh no, this is silk thread. Isn't this gorgeous? But it's not made by a spider, made by a silkworm. So, if you are sewing silk, use a silk thread. You can pop this in your machine, or you can use it for hand sewing. It is 100% silk. So it is extremely strong. You know how strong silk fabric is. So it's brilliant if you're sewing with silk and use the silk thread. If you want something really strong, even if it's just to sew on a button, or you want to sew on something that will have that extra strength and that quality and that sheen, then it's really worth it. But what I use it for is, although you think, oh, well, I'll use it for just quality things, I use it when I want, because it's much stronger than cotton. So if I'm sewing on buttons, I tend to use sometimes I use a thicker top stitch thread, but if it's something finer, particularly if it's a non-shank button, I try to use a silk thread just because of the strength of it. So $3.99 for 100 metres, but that is 100% silk. It is like a luxury purchase, but it is very utility as well, because it does have that strength. So when you want to sew something and you need the extra strength, so if I had a cotton thread, like the Aurifil, if you go like this, that will break. That's how cotton thread works. If you take the silk thread and you go like that, that takes a lot longer. I mean, obviously you can break it, but you can see the difference, can't you? You really have to pull that, whereas with the cotton thread it just breaks. So it is extra strong. So if you want to have a quality item, a very specific purpose, that's really worth it. Right, let's go to a multi-pack. So, you know, there are different threads for different needs. Obviously you've got the beautiful, amazing quality of the Aurifil. You've got the strength of the silk thread. But if you want a pack of thread that will do everything. This is 100% polyester. Which one have you put in? Oh. Got it. Right, $34.99. Should we do a little price reduction? Because I did promise this morning. Price reduction, $19.99 for 20, and there are 1,000 meters on each spool. 1,000. That's the pack that's been opened. So let's have a look. So if you want loads of thread in a great selection of colours at an amazing price, so this is £1 a spool. Even I can work that out. They don't want to come out. Yay! So look at this, 1,000 metres for £1. Now this is 100% polyester thread. You know, there are different threads for different needs and different qualities. I have to say that I use, I was talking to Lucy this morning and she said, oh, do you only use Aurifil thread? I said, no, I use all threads. I love Aurifil thread. That is my thread of choice. But basically, I use different threads for different things. I tend to use the colour that's the right one. So look at all of this. You've got 2 black. You've got dark grey. You've got medium grey, you've got light grey, whoa. Then you've got ivory, white and cream, and you've got 2 taupes. So those are your neutrals. You've then got dark green, dark blue, medium blue, light blue, burgundy, deeper red, scarlet, mustard, sunshine yellow, oh, and another white. All of that, £19.99, that's £1 for 1,000 metres. Morning, Rebecca. Completely forgot the clocks going forward. Just had to get the party animal bags. They make me smile. Thank you, from Christine. Oh, that's nice. They do make me smile. They are all on pre-order, the animal party bags. I didn't forget about the clocks. Well, I did forget about the clocks going forward when I agreed to work this morning. Because normally I have to get up at 3:30 to come here. So I thought, I'm going to have to get up at 2:30. That's ridiculous. So I came and stayed overnight. But I have forgotten about the clocks so many times. I've been at places late. And it is the worst time when they go forward because you lose the hour. But you do gain that light. I can walk the dog in the light. Be amazing. Normally I'm in the dark. The dog's got a light on. No one knows where anyone is. Walk into trees. But not anymore. Can't find anyone. You see other dogs with lights on, you think it's yours, but not anymore. They're very, very excited for that. So although I've lost an hour, but so well done for everyone who got up. Look at that though, get that while you can. £1 for 1,000 metres. Right, I'm going to move all of my threads out of the way. Now I have got loads and loads and loads of other threads on pre-order, like polyester thread. This is a great pack, just quickly. The professional jeans thread. I love this pack. It is GFZ009. This is a brilliant pack. I am constantly mending people's jeans. I don't know what they do to them. Oh, you should. I am constantly hemming jeans or mending jeans. And if you mend jeans with the right colour thread, you can't see it. If you do sewing on jeans, on denim, it's brilliant. But look at, so you've got all of those denim colours. So you've got the black, grey, you've got the 2 shades of blue and 3 shades of blue and the green. But for the top stitch, so if you're hemming a pair of jeans, and you know jeans are often hemmed with these ochre colours or red, it's all in there. They're also a nicer weight as well, absolutely perfect. 100% polyester thread. They are a 50 weight thread, but they are perfect for denim. So we've also got a smaller pack as well, but you'll see that one on the webs. That's if you go on to pre-order, you'll see that one. But if you are sewing with denim or mending jeans, get that one. Anyway, there are loads and loads of other threads. Have a look on, if you go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there, you will see everything is loaded onto there so that you can get it. Because if you're looking for some specific threads, they're all there. So if you go on to Watch Live and you scroll down, you will see it all on there. There's all the Amber Makes kits that we'll be talking about later. There's the quilt kit that I'm going to be talking about now. And there are all the threads that I haven't had time to go through because I want to talk to you about this quilt, which I've put in my Yarn Lane bag. Nothing to do with Yarn Lane, just happened to be the bag I had at home. And you can only get this if you shopped on their birthday. Luckily, I kept one. So, this quilt kit. This is what the kit looks like when you get it. There we go. That's what yours will look like. This is what mine looks like because I've opened it. Now, this quilt is ideal for beginners because all the cutting out is done for you. It's unusual in that the backing fabric's in it. which is amazing. So normally in a quilt kit, you get all the fabrics for the front, often the binding, but very rarely the backing as well. Now the finished size of this is 51 by 61 inches. So it's ideal for a lap quilt. You could use it as a wall hanging, a cot quilt, that kind of size. But let me show you the fabrics. So we only have 16 of these in stock. Only 16, and because we're so limited, I've prepared a demonstration for you, but I wasn't allowed to use the kit because we had to save them. So I've done it with some of the fabric. So this is the backing fabric. Let me take all these bits out. This is the backing fabric that you get with the quilt. So which you wouldn't rarely. Strange, I've got a yarn band. That must have been in my yarn lane bag. Look at the backing fabric that you get. It's beautiful, isn't it? So you could just keep this, couldn't you? Well, you could obviously use it to back it because there's enough to back it, or you could just use a plain fabric and keep this as a bonus. Look at that. All of that backing fabric, which is rare, isn't it? But what's great is that it's been carefully selected so that it goes with the fabric on the front. Anyway, that's a bonus if you ask me. Then look at the pieces. So everything is pre-cut for you. It's basically made of blocks of 4 triangles. It is easy, easy peasy. If you haven't done any sewing before, or if you've never made a quilt, this is where to start. Now look at the fabrics you get. So you've got all of these beautiful floral fabrics in shades of pinks, purples. Look at them. So this is amazing price, isn't it? £129.99. And it's on split pay, 2 equal payments of £64.99 for this quilt. I mean, look at it, it's so pretty, the fabrics that are included in it. So you get a really beautiful floral multicoloured. Now you can see, look, one of the triangles are the same as the backing fabric. So it isn't just any old backing fabric, it's actually the fabric that's in the kit. So all of these are pre-cut. You haven't got to do any cutting at all. Gorgeous, aren't they? So you've got shades of purples, magentas, mustards, greys. They're all pretty florals, and everything is cut out in advance for you. We've got more in baskets now than we've got. So these are all the triangles. There's loads of them. Loads and loads. All the triangles, all pre-cut for you. Then the fabrics that go around the border, all pre-cut. Only 14 left, the rest are in baskets, get them checked out. Isn't that beautiful? Now this is the big wide, let me show you on this picture. You see the big wide border? That's this one here. Beautiful floral print, isn't it? Then you've got a border that goes between the outer border and the triangles. That's this one, again, pre-cut for you. Then you've got binding, which is the same as that inner border, so it matches beautifully, all pre-cut. So once you've pieced together all your triangles, you've got this border, you have the inner border here, and then you bind it with that. So you've got that really nice echoed, and then within that, you've got all the fabrics that are on the triangles. Some of them, so some of the triangles are the same as these borders. You've also got some of the triangles are in this print as well. Some of the triangles are the same as the backing fabric. So all in all, you just get a beautiful, considered, carefully coordinated kit. Super, super easy as well. So what you do to start with is only 12 left and more in baskets. Way more in baskets. So what you do, instructions really simple. It's basically you are making squares from 4 triangles. Make a square from 4 triangles. It even tells you which prints to use in which one. But as it says, or don't. If I was you, I would just lay them all out and I would choose which one. I mean, it gives you a guide so that if you want to follow it, you can make it that way. You've got so many different prints, I would just guess. So I'll show you with these prints. It's as simple as this. Take yourself 4 prints and lay them out. Now, if you haven't got a big enough surface to lay it all out, or you don't want to think about it, or you just want to go with theirs, then follow the picture that they've got there, or just make it up. And that's a block. okay? Right, so what you do is, I've got so much stuff on my desk now. Let me just have a little move around. I've got a desk full of loveliness and a large bag. I've just bought my very first quilt. I'm new to quilting from Sharon. Sharon, you are going to love this. Congratulations, honestly, because this is easy peasy. Because yesterday morning I thought, oh, I've got to prep that quilt because I've got to demo it. And I gave myself all day. Honestly, half an hour later I was finished. Because not I'd finished the whole quilt, but I'd finished the block that I wanted to prep because it was that quick. How pleased was I? I just need to sew. Okay, right. Here's my little bag. So because I wasn't allowed to use you can see, but I've used a variety of fabrics. So what you do is you take your 4 triangles. I'll put that there for now. Single figures. And you lay them out, like I said, in the order. Either follow the order that they said or do your own. It's entirely up to you. So I've just used some plain fabrics here. So you lay them out in the order. Then you take 2... What have I done with my pins? Must have put them under here. Ah, there we go. Sorry. While I was... moving everything, I hid them. Right, got them now. So once you've laid out your 4 triangles, take 2 of them, these 2, and place them right sides facing. And then pin them together. We're going to pin them along this straight edge here. I'll move those out of the way. So make sure, if you're new, to line them up so that the raw edges match. Now the joy of this is because they are pre-cut. I'll show you with theirs. They will join up together beautifully because they have been cut. So you're sewing that bit to that bit and they will be exactly the same size, so they're pre-cut. So join them up and then pin them together. Now you have to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you are new to sewing and you are concerned about sewing in a straight line, draw that line on. Use an erasable pen. A heat erasable pen is ideal. Then it's easy to sew along. That will help. You'll soon get used to it. But obviously my machine has come unthreaded. On nearly every sewing machine there are marks on the needle plate for you to follow to do your seam allowance, which I will show you now. 8 left. And 20 in baskets. Okay, so on your needle plate there are measurements, and some will have only metric, some will have only imperial, and some will have both. Most have both, and a lot have just imperial. This is a 1/4 inch. So all you have to do is you place the fabric under the foot and then line the edge of it, the edge of the fabric up with the 1/4 inch mark that's on your plate. Or if you've got a 1/4 inch foot like I've got, then you just line up the edge of the foot with the edge of the fabric. Or if you are uncertain, I would draw the line. Draw the line and sew along it. So when you start a little bit of a way in, and I'm talking about a 1/4 inch because otherwise the fabric will pull through to the underneath of the needle plate. So start a little bit of a way in, do a forward, and I would do a little bit of a reverse just to secure it, and then sew nice and slowly and keep that 1/4 inch seam allowance. By the time that you have sewn all of these triangles, you will be really good. So this is good practice. So that's those 2. Now I'm going to sew the other 2. So what you can do, lay them all out. I would do 1 block just so you know what you're doing, and then I would pin the whole lot together, pin all of the triangles together in pairs, because you can then do this really quickly. So do a couple so you know what you're doing, and then if you pin all of them together, you can do them in groups. So I'm going to show you how that works. So this is the second one. Now you can see I've started at the straight end. You can start at either end, doesn't matter whether you start at the pointed end or the straight end. I've started at the straight with this one just because of the way round that I've pinned it. So you don't have to do a reverse stitch because we're going to be pressing it to one side, but that helps. So sew it together all the way along, exactly the same way. Now, if you are chain piecing, I'm going to I've moved my raw edges over a bit. Right, so if you're chain piecing, let's pretend that I haven't already sewn this one. Stop about 1/4 inch before the end and place the next piece right next to it. And then sew nice and slowly. You will have some stitches that go across nothing, maybe a couple, and then just move on to the next one. I'll stop there now. And then keep going like that, because I've obviously sewn that. You would just keep going. So what you end up is like bunting, a whole row of them that are all joined together. And then all you have to do is get a pair of scissors, and then you cut them all apart. But the benefit of chain piecing is it's quicker because you're not having to cut the thread and stop and start. You just do it all in one go and it's much quicker. So if you haven't done that before, give it a little go. Right, now let's get my iron. Now what you do now, because we're going to join these 4 triangles to make one square, it's important which way you press the seams because it will make it much neater when you come to join them together. So what I do, first of all, is when I've pressed a seam, when I've sewn a seam, is press it. That will set the seam, which basically means it evens it out. The action of the needle and the thread going through the fabric distorts it slightly, so it's slightly bumpy. This just sets it and it pushes the seam into the fabric. Now we're going to press the seam to one side so that the seams go together better. Now the way that I do this is I decide which side I want it to go. So I'm going to go towards the pink side. And then you can do this from the back, but I like to do it from the front. So I lay them down flat like this with the seam, and then I just put the fabric over that, the one that I want on top. You can then feel that the seam is underneath. So by laying it flat, press it over, the seam is then underneath, and then press away from you. So if you press like this way, you're then pressing the seam in that direction because you're pressing away. And you'll also get the seam right on the edge. Now, we're going to press them in opposite directions. So just have a little look, again, at which way that they're going to go so that you're sure. Now, you can see that that seam is going that way. So I want this seam to come this way. So all I do is I'll often lay them like this and then just think, okay, it's going to come this way. So it's going to go towards the purple. So lay them like this. Only 6 left. And how many? 25 in baskets. So lay them like that, push it over so that it's away from you. The seam is now pressed in that direction. So some people do it from the wrong side. I just find if you do it from the right side, you can also make sure that you're not pulling the fabric out of shape because it's a triangle and you've got a bias edge on here, which means it's stretchy. But you can also see the seams on the edge. So once you've pressed them in opposite directions like that, you can then sew these together. So you might have heard the term nesting seams and think, what is that on about? Nesting basically means it's interlocking really nicely. So you can see now, I'm going to sew them together along here, that this seam is facing this way and that seam is facing that way, so they're in opposite directions. So start off with the seam, and then to get them to nest, and because it's important to try and get these seams to match up, you'll just get a neater finish. Do you know what? If they don't all match up, it doesn't matter. It'll be close enough. But to do that, if you take hold of the top one, have that on the right, and then pull it across, and you can feel it crash. So if I show you from here, because obviously these would be matching, but if I show you from what it will look like from here, if you pull that across, as that seam hits that one, it sort of stops. And once it does that, you know it's nested. Obviously you need to do it where the raw edges are matching. Then pop a pin in, and if you put it in a diagonal like that, it holds that together. And then all you need to do is pin it at the point, and then go along and pin it together at the other point. If you just use your fingers to push it over, make sure the points are matching. Then I will usually put another pin in halfway along here and a pin halfway along here. Now again, the same chain piecing idea. If you do one of them, just so you're sure what you're doing, then pin all of them together, all the blocks, and then you can chain piece the whole lot. So now we're going to sew this together. So again, using the 1/4 inch seam allowance, start with a reverse stitch, because this will definitely need to reverse stitch because I'm going to press this one open. Now the joy of this machine that I'm using, the 720, this is the one I've got, is that because it has different plates, I'm using the high performance plate, and you can put the plates in and out of them. The fabric doesn't get pulled down into the bed of the machine. So when you're using a normal machine, you have to start a little bit of way down, because you'll find that the fabric often gets pulled into it and you end up having to cut it and start again. With the high performance plate, it only has one hole rather than a large slit. So with a normal needle plate, you have a large slit so you can do your zigzag stitches. And obviously this machine does have that plate, but when you're just doing straight stitching like this, there's only one hole for the needle to go through. The standard foot, you use a different foot as well. For the high performance plate is a 1/4 inch foot, so you don't even need to use the markings. And even better than that, the machine actually knows that you've got this plate in, so it won't let you do a zigzag stitch, because if you did, you'd break your needle because there's only one hole. I'm going to show you that. So this is the high performance plate, and can you see that little hole is where the needle goes? This is where all the thing, but if you look at a normal needle plate, there's a slit instead so that it will do the zigzags and the speciality. But because there's only that hole, the fabric can't get pulled in. And all you have to do, they're really easy. I mean, I'm constantly going between them. So if I'm doing zigzag stitches, I'll put my normal plate on. But if I'm doing straight stitches, I'll put my high performance plate. They come in really, they come in and out really quickly. That to me is the best thing about, well, there are many great things about that machine. But if you do a lot of seaming like this, it is an absolute bonus, because you can start right on the edge without having to go to start way in, because it just doesn't pull through. Not only that, you can go super fast. Right, so now I've pressed it to set the seam. I'm going to press this seam open because I think that when you've got all the blocks, it reduces bulk by have them pressed to one side when you're piecing them, but when you've done a whole one, it just reduces bulk in the whole quilt. So press the seam to set it, and then I would just use my fingers to open the seam and then press it. So there is my one block. Turn it over and give it a nice press on the other side. So look how easy that was. And then in one row, I'll just show you. I'm going to just move this one. I'll just show you, because seeing as I have made them. You have 4 blocks like this in one row. So what you do is you make all of your blocks and then you sew them together in a row, and there are 4 in each row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't get them all across there. Easy peasy. And then just turn them round, make sure that you haven't got the same colours touching if you follow theirs. And then all you do is you sew them together in exactly the same way I sewed those triangles, with a nice straight seam. Sew them all together in one row, make all the rows, sew them all together. How easy is that? Now remember, these are my plain fabrics. These will not be in your kit. Yours are much more fun. Only 6 kits left and 26 in baskets. Remember, no cutting required. All the cutting has been done in advance. I need to sort that little lot out. So thanks for joining me for this hour and for getting up super early. I'm going to go for a quick break, and then Lucy will be back with us with the most beautiful set of cushions and blanket. Perfect baby's beautiful gift. And honestly, the fleece is not like normal fleece, it's like velvety. We've also got it available as individual cut pieces as well. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
This Monday and Tuesday here on Sewing Street, we are doing coronation makes. There's tote bags, there's bunting, there's quilts, there's cushions. In fact, Delphine's coming in to do a special Highland cow cushion, specially for the coronation. I'll be there, make sure you are.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. If you've been with me since the crack of dawn, because it's so early, isn't it? Or well done for getting up already. It's not 8 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock. How did that happen? Well, 9:04, I think. Anyway, this hour is beautiful, kits, beautiful. So this is all about new babies. new babies or gifts for babies or even toddlers, well, could be even older people, couldn't it? But it's ideal. And Lucy has designed this gorgeous Kaleidoscope collection. Now, I've got the blanket hanging up behind me. It's really simple make, but really effective. And it is lined with the most gorgeous. This isn't just fleece. It's like velvet. It's like fleece that's velvet at the same time. It's gorgeous. Not only that, but you also get a cloud cushion. I love that. So it features patchwork on the front. We've got this in 3 different colourways, by the way. And then on the black back, you've got, again, this, can you see how, like normally when I stroke it, you can see it, but it is like a velvet fleece, absolutely beautiful. Then you get the moon. This is all about sleep time, isn't it? And the star, and matching bunting. So welcome to Sewing Street, Lucy.
Thank you.
So before we go through all the kits, tell me about this collection and the kits.
Yeah. Well, the idea and the inspiration, I suppose, behind the Kaleidoscope was really just about childhood and
Right.
remembering the toys that we used to play with. They're just like fascinating kind of things, aren't they? When you put them to your eye and turn them around and things move and change, which is what came through in the quilt for me. Is that we've got these little,
with the
we've got the
rotating.
little oddments that just stand alone in it, and it was that idea of that, you know, when you twist it and everything moves, and then like half a second later, one will just drop.
Yes, that's
And
true.
that's what I tried to get across in there. That's what I was looking for. So it's just like the reminiscing of a childhood toy, really. And then about 18 months ago, my friend who makes me all my wood items that I use sent me the Kaleidoscope.
Oh, wow.
Which my dad thought was a salt and pepper pot.
It looks like that. Oh, wow, that's amazing.
So you just turn the whole thing in your hand. You don't twist it as such, you just turn it in your hand. But all the little droplets come through.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And it just, you know, it's the craftsmanship behind it is wonderful anyway, but it just kind of brought the whole sort of thinking behind it together for me. And I've got a lot of young people in our family
That's
too.
gorgeous.
And, you know, when you see
Gorgeous.
them up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and, you know, mums really want to go to sleep, I think that for me as a mum, tactileness was really important to me, which is why I've made this. It is a simple quilt. It is for a beginner, but it's much more around getting cosy, getting ready to slow down a little bit.
Well, and it's not, there's no wadding. So we talk quite often, people talk about, can I back my quilt with fleece? But then we rarely do it. But this is a quilt back with fleece, and there's no wadding in it. The fleece is the backing and the wadding.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you can throw it in the machine, give it a quick wash, and just, you know, a quick light wash, and it'll be fine again.
And that fleece, that is, because it's like velvet.
Yeah,
what a beautiful
it is
thing.
the softest, and it's something that I talk about a lot in the booklet about just that whole slowing down. We always had this hour in our day, which we call feral hour. I'm sure loads of parents can relate, where your kids, there's just nothing you can do with them. But it's when you need to start introducing some of these textures to them. Yeah. And it just happens that, you know, when they start doing that little thing where they start rubbing. And that's what this fabric, it makes you want to do it.
It does.
I mean,
it is
absolutely
gorgeous,
up
isn't
in
it?
And yeah, I mean, there's no promises I'm going to get your kids to sleep, but I'll try.
But this, I think, so this you make for children, but it's a lovely gift, isn't it? For nursery.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I just see this in a nursery, in a cot, all just laid out. The colours are just, you know, they just feel so squishy.
It is, it's
I mean,
gorgeous,
I
isn't
can't
it?
use the word squishy
And
enough.
there's bunting as well.
There is, yes, yeah. So we just put in a little bonus little pattern piece in there with some simple instructions. And basically, with the fleece that you get in your bundle, there's enough to do all of this. And then any remnants you get along the way of any little bits of fleece, any little bits of your fabric you get, you should have enough to piece it all up, so have whole triangles or strips or whatever. Just throw all your fabrics together
and make some bunting for the nursery.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gorgeous. Yeah, because you can then pop your own fabrics in with it to make meters.
Yeah, absolutely, if you want that.
So let me go through the bundles and then we'll go through the go through the demo. So let's start. I'm going to start with pink, only because that's sitting here. So in the pink bundle, you get full instructions. Now this is a gorgeous instruction booklet. It's printed by Lucy. Lots and lots of pages. We've got, look, full-size templates that you trace off, obviously, because they're all on top of each other, but then you can use them over and over and over again. You've got all the measurements, all the pictures. You've got photos of every step of it. You've got charts, everything you need in here. It's a beautiful beautiful set of instructions, so it's done really, really nicely. And you've got all the charts as well, so that you obviously get that in the kit. You then get this gorgeous pink fleece. So how much do you get of the fleece?
I think
Is
it's
that
like
quite a
2.5.
lot? 2.5 metres?
No, I think the fleece is 1.5 metres.
Or 1.5. Right, 1.5 metres. Let me show you what that looks like.
Really wide.
Because it's really wide, isn't it?
It is.
So that's the size of the fleece that you get. That's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, I think it's worth $37.99 just for the fleece.
And it's nice on both sides as well.
So you've got on one side, well, actually on the wrong side, it looks like normal fleece. But on the right side, it's got this beautiful velvet feel. And it's a lovely dusky pink as well. It's not bright, it's a soft, gentle pink. Then you get the, you get white fabric. So you get meat of white. And that's obviously used for the background areas. And then you get fat quarters. So six fat quarters. You've got this dusky pink with stars. You've got this pink that's got a washed look. Then you've got pink with stars, pink with dots, a pink floral, and then you've got a pink with letters, with all letters of the alphabet. Beautiful. And alongside that dusky pink. So this is a really pretty set. Obviously, all of those items you can make with it, but this is just in the pink collection. Loads of those have gone into baskets. In fact, nearly all of the stock already is in baskets. Right, let's go. Now this is the yellow mustardy ochre colourway that Lucy has made all the samples in. Look at this. 1.5 meters of the beautiful, it's not yellow, it's not mustard, it's sort of somewhere in between, isn't it?
It's like a golden colour.
Yeah. So it's not that bright sunshine yellow, it's not as brown as a mustard, it is more of a goldy colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is ideal for your kind of neutral nursery, or for a bit of sunshine.
Yeah.
When you want that bit of sunshine.
Right at the playroom.
Yes, yeah. Because it doesn't have to be nursery at all. It's, you can have it in your own bedroom. It's gorgeous. Then you, obviously full instructions with all of them. Then you get a meat of cream. And then these are the fat quarters of the yellow. So you've got a really nice cream with a beige spot. You've got yellow with stars. You've got yellow with spots. You've got yellow with tiny dots. You've got a creamy yellow with gold stars. And then you've got a stripe. So $37.99 for all of that. All of the instructions. Metre of plain fabric, 6 fat quarters and 1.5 meters. Now let me just warn you now, we have got so many of these in baskets. If you've put it in your basket, you need to get checked out because these are going to sell out. The P&P is $3.95 for the whole day. So if you're new to Sewing Street and you've got something in your basket and you're thinking, well, I'll wait until I buy something else, don't. Because if you put it in your basket now, if you put something else in later, even if you put another 10 things in later, your basket actually closes at midnight. And the reason we do that means that we can put the P&P on at midnight at the very end. But it also means that when we lower prices, because we have price crashes here and there with different things, that even if you put it in your basket now, if the price decreases like we've done in the last hour, you will only ever pay the lowest price, which is the reason we're doing that. Which colourway are you choosing? And who are you making it for? Message in, I'd love to know. We always would, you know, we see people, you buy the kits, but we want to know your story. Who are you making it for? What are you going to do with it? And what's your favourite colourway? Now this is Ben's favourite, this is the last one. So this is the blue and grey colourway. So with this one, you've got full instructions, obviously. You've got 1.5 meters of this beautiful, they should call it velvet fleece. Gorgeous, in a really soft silvery grey. It's not dark grey at all, it is a really silvery grey. You've then got 1 metre of the plain silver grey fabric, and then these are the fat quarters. So you get this lovely wash for blue. You've got the blue with the tiny stars on. You've got, like, looks like the sky, slightly sponged effect. You've got the blue spot. And then you've got blue with tiny white stars, pale blue, and then you've got like a ticking blue. So that is the bluey grey collection. Now, how are you going to choose? There's a question. £37.99. So you think you've got 1.5 metres of velvet fleece, 1 metre of plain fabric, 6 fat quarters. Right, immediately, more people have put the blue in baskets than we've got in stock. So do check out, please. You will miss out. Because these have been very carefully selected. When we have kits that have a whole host of different fabrics in, they're very difficult to recreate because there's always one missing. There's always one that we can't get. So if you want to make this, you need to get checked out. Right. Finally, because we have got other things for upsells, if you want just the instructions on their own, we have got those. £9.99. Obviously, no fabric will be supplied. You have to supply all your own. But if you want just the instructions, £9.99. Now, these are always massively popular. So just as a word of warning, the instructions on their own are always massively popular. You can then make loads and loads of them. Obviously, if you get the kit, you've got the instructions, so you can make it using all the fabrics in here. Then you can use your own fabrics to make even more. But if you only want the instructions, then do get checked out on these. Right. So we're going to make, Lucy's going to show you how now. We have got some other items that we'll show as we go along, like the fleece on its own and pom-poms. But let's get on with some demos.
Exciting, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I've put together half of the quilt already.
It's lovely to see the blue one, what it looks like.
Yeah, well, that's why I thought I'd just put half together, and I've just put one of the stars together just to give you a little bit of an idea. Because it's lovely, isn't it? It looks really, really nice. Okay, so let's go to the instructions. First of all, there's a small error, okay? And that is just in the cut pieces. With fabric C, I've said to cut 3, it's cut 4. You would easily, even if you didn't write down the amend now, you will easily spot it and make that change anyway. So, but I just want to say right now. Yeah, it's not like it's the wrong size. It's just you need to.
No,
nothing like that.
And you'll know that when you get through the instructions anyway.
You'll absolutely know it. You'll absolutely know it. So yeah, just wanted to mention that to you now before I forget about it. Okay. So what we're going to do is you choose how you want to identify your fabric. So we've got fabrics A through to F in the fat quarters that you've got. So you have a little play and decide which one do you want to see the most of, which one do you want to see the least of. The way I kind of did it was split them into 3. So I knew that I got almost a dominant colour on each half. So if you think of the quilt as 2 halves, as it were.
Oh, okay.
I tried to get one stronger colour in one half, one stronger one in the other. And then I just sort of laid my fabrics around playing with them just on the desk first of what I thought might look best before I went ahead and cut. Now, when you cut, you need to do 6x6s for when we're preparing the half square triangles, and I give the amount to cut. Now, we have given you the exact amount of what you need in your solid colour because we know we want to be a bit more aware of what we're using, but that does mean that when it comes to cutting the solids out, you'll spot it because we've got an odd number in there. You'll need to just do, well, I'll show you in a second, but basically 1 triangle on one of the solids and 1 triangle of the other patterns on the solid too, and that'll give you exactly the right number. Now, if you forget as you go through, nothing terrible is going to happen because again, you're going to realise that you've got some spare half triangles that you don't need and one that you do need still, and you'll just unpick one and you'll just drop a triangle onto it. So it's, touch wood, it's foolproof, okay? Yes. But to get that extra little 6x6 in, we would have had to give you an extra ½ metre when I know you're going to be able to sort that out. Okay, so we cut out all of our solids and we cut out our contrast triangles and we prepare them ready to do half square triangles. Like I say, I've prepared half here and I've done 2 long strips already here, so we're just going to finish off the top to try and get that put together and then hopefully move on to do one of the cushions.
Well, it's lovely to see it with the grey because when you see the pile of fabrics, I mean, you think, oh, that looks lovely, but it's different, isn't it, when it's joined together?
Yeah, it does lift it.
It's very neutral, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that this bright blue here really helps to lift it, as do the white backgrounds.
Yeah, I love it, but I like that soft grey with it because it just gives it that gentleness, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it goes so well with the fleece.
It does. It's like the perfect match.
Yeah. So we've cut out our 6x6 squares and we've laid a solid on top. Now, mine aren't exact. Now, if anybody knows me, I'm not an exact quilter. I can't claim to be. But we do know we're going to trim this down, so nothing terrible is going to happen. So I've just laid them on top of each other and I've drawn a diagonal line with my pencil, which I think you've got on
Yes, we do.
In your next hour, actually.
Oh, the hemline pencils. Yes, I think we have
got the glue
actually.
that I use too. So I just draw my pencil line across, and then I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch either side, which I'm going to go ahead and do now. I love this machine because, unlike mine at home, you just press in 2 buttons and you're just there.
I know, the problem you see with these computerised machines, everything's, oh, it's too technical, but actually this is what beginners should buy because they're easier to use.
They are, and ultimately, and although I've said that, I haven't actually done the setting, of course. And having said that, we start off with a more basic machine, but give it 6 months a year. You're
but also
upgrading
with
anyway,
the more
aren't
basic
you?
ones, you've got the issue with tension that you have to sort out with the computerised machine. There's no tension.
That's
it
right,
does
they're
it
just
for
automatic,
you.
aren't they?
And most people's issue with machines, I haven't got the tension right on my machine. You don't even need to consider tension.
I don't think I have ever touched my tension button. It's not that there's not tension in the sewing ring, because there is definitely tension, you know, when the old seam ripper comes out, but...
Yes, you don't need tension on your machine as well.
There we go. If you want to, you can obviously chain piece these and just have a pile. I work in strips, so I tend to have them all in a pile and then just work through one after another. But it's not a race either, you know. It's like I say, it's not a big quilt. It's not going to take you a long time. So take your time and enjoy the process. So then when we've done that, we're just going to now split it in half with our ruler and our rotary cutter. Always a little bit harder to cut when you're at this sort of height.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, isn't it? You need, because you kind of need to be above it to have the pressure.
Yeah.
I know, I don't like cutting out on that table.
It is what it is. And then obviously there's a lot of questioning at the minute whether we're going to press to one side or open. I do a bit of both, but with this one, because we're working with a solid and because on the other 2 bundles they're cream and white backgrounds, I would be tempted to be pressing to the contrast fabric side. So I'm just going to set my seam and then just give it a little finger press over. I forget I can leave this laid down.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I've got one of those. I love it.
Do you?
Yes. Problem is, I forget if I use a different iron. So I was in here one day and I didn't have that, and I just left it down. And then we smelt.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Because you get used to it, but it is brilliant. Yeah, it wasn't until viewers messaged on the screen, you've left the iron down, that we knew. Didn't notice.
So we're going to have a grand old pile of these squares now. Now I'm going to trim this down to a 5-inch block to match these 5-inch squares. Now I'm going to do it obviously now, but just to let you know, on my YouTube channel, last month I brought the Mount Divine quilt, and for that we do a similar process. So I did a little tutorial on my YouTube channel of how I personally go through this process, just in case anybody gets confused and they just want to watch it back later. But I am just lining up my 45-degree line of my very dirty ruler along here, and I'm just going to trim off the right hand side. And I'm just going to rotate, and just over here on the right hand side I've got a tiny little bit of overhang of the grey, so I'm going to go to the edge there. I'm going to use my red line just along here to line up with the bottom edge. We know it's straight because we've just cut it. Go to the tip, and then I'm just going to trim that bit off just there. And I'm just going to rotate it again, always clockwise. So now we know this edge is straight and this one's straight here. So I'm going to line it up with my 5-inch line. So 5 across and it'll be 5 down. And then if I rotate once more, and if I line up there and there on the 5-inch line again, it should take us directly to the little join just there, which it does, giving us a very neat 5-inch block. So you repeat that all the way through until you've now got a huge pile of lovely half square triangles, nicely pressed. I do think it's worth spending a few extra minutes in that pressing process too, don't you?
Oh, definitely. And although you think, can't be bothered, it takes too long, but it does save time because you get it more perfect.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you skip it, but it's always the same with anything in sewing, the steps you skip because you want to save time. I know if I'm in a rush, I do so much unpicking, and I think just don't.
Doesn't pay off,
just
does
leave it. Just walk
Does
away.
not pay off at all. However, give me an iron in the house for, you know, domestic kind of ironing. I'm more than happy to cut corners. More than happy.
Yeah,
More than happy. So there we go. So we've now got some half square triangles all made up. So I'm just going to shuffle this along a little bit. You've obviously got a lay plan in here if you want to follow that layout. Okay, so you'll have all those pieces. And what we've done is we've laid them all out so they're 4 columns. I don't know whether it's a column or a row then, so we just have 4 columns.
Okay.
And then we make up in pairs. So down here, we would make all these up in pairs all the way down, that one all up in pairs. And I tend to do it in quite a systematic way. I think that's the way I tend to work. I wouldn't complete all that. I'd do all my pairs. And then I would make them into 4s, which I've shown in this diagram here.
Okay.
And then complete each of the strips. That's kind of the way I work along. I do like to have a big space, and because I'm quite a visual kind of learner, I prefer to lay these out as I go, else I am notorious for making mistakes. So we're a bit squishy here on the desk, but I'll do what I can. And what I've done here, we probably all have our own way, but just remember which column I'm working on. I do my little pin method. So we've got 1 pin for column 1 or the pair
that's a
1,
good idea.
2 for the top there. So I know this one's going to be going in here, and then this one will go just here. So ultimately those ones are going to connect, but not until I've completed the top. It's been my little stressor in my head that I'm going to lay these out wrong when I'm here, but you can only plan so far, can't you? So I just thought I need some
whatever order you like. It actually doesn't matter, does it? Anyway,
No.
if you've got one, because it's a kaleidoscope.
It is a kaleidoscope. So if we spot any errors at home, feel free to message him, but we're not going to worry either.
No, it doesn't matter.
We're not going to worry at all. So that's what we've got there. I've done a little bit of piecing.
See, I can see
here.
now what the bunting would look like in this with the blue. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is going to now pair up here with this one. Let me just shuffle this, else it will confuse me. There we go, that's better. So just kind of lay it out, and that one will go up at the top, just there. And then it's a case of just really piecing everything together. So, like I say, nothing massively hard about this one, but I think you'll enjoy it, particularly if you are new to sewing. So that one wants to go just there like so. I kind of just need to do this first. So remember when I was saying right at the start, you'll have a couple where you only need 1 triangle. So what I do in that situation is, let me just see if I can find a grey. We'll assume that this is one of the larger squares. I would literally take one of mine that I've already cut in half diagonally and lay it on that way, like so. And then I'd lay my other on this way, like, oh, I can't show you, can I? Like so. And then where these two sort of lay together when you've pinned them, I would assume that that's the pencil line. Okay, but it's just a shadow really. And then you would sew 1/4 of an inch on this piece here and a 1/4 inch on this piece here.
Okay.
And then you would still have it in place and what you need. So I just need, I think it's this one here, it is. So now I'm going to go ahead and 1/4 inch sew this one. And then we'll give this one a little press. It's a busy desk, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It is, well, I've got loads of stuff on mine.
Let me move that. It'll be fine. Look what I've done, I've sewed it on the wrong way. That was clever,
Never
wasn't
mind.
that?
It's
That
just
was
an
clever.
idea. I do that quite often. Really quite often.
No, to be fair, that one will do.
In
Have
fact, I
one
did it
here.
yesterday.
After all.
Really
So then
annoying,
need-
because then I had to unpick it all. Good morning, Lucy. I love your new designs from Diana. They are gorgeous, aren't they? I love them. I think they work beautifully with the fabric. I think they're a really nice idea. I think when you have handmade items, particularly for children, I just think it looks lovely, doesn't it? There's so many things that we can buy for them, but why not make something? And it's the sort of thing, like particularly like this blanket, that they'll keep forever. It'll be their special blanket.
Yes.
We used to have one at home called the Paulie blanket.
Oh.
And when you were poorly, you lay on the sofa under the Paulie blanket. I wonder if my mum still got it. It was pink.
And was you allowed to feel sorry for yourself?
Yes, and it had a satin ribbon binding around the edge that was soft. And it was that feeling of the soft satin with the knitted pink blanket. And you felt really special as well when you could have the Paulie blanket. So have you got a Paulie blanket?
Nice.
I must ask my mum if she's still got it. I think I'd quite like that.
It's just brought back a little childhood memory straight into my head of when I was in hospital. I had lots of ear surgery when I was little. And on one of my surgeries, I remember my mum and dad coming in and they brought me a Walkman. Do you remember the Walkman?
I do.
I had a Walkman and they brought me a tape that I think it was Culture Club.
A Walkman, that's very nice.
We were very posh.
If you had a Walkman at school, people thought you were brilliant. Yeah, I had one, but it wasn't that brand. I had a different brand. But I did have a Rubik's Cube, so there we go. And I could do it.
Could you?
Yes.
That I've never.
But I did spend every playtime and every break with the year, what they call now the year 12, with the 5th years, teaching. One of them would teach me how to do it. I still can remember it now. Because in those days, being able to do the Rubik's Cube was cool.
Could you do it now, do you think?
Yes. Yeah, I did it so much. You know how when you do something so much that you actually remember it?
I think it's an absolute talent.
But...
Are you good at physics and things like that?
No, rubbish.
Oh.
Absolutely rubbish.
Maths?
Not brilliant, no. Just could do the Rubik's Cube. It was just practice.
Strange, isn't it?
Someone showed me. I became a little bit obsessed with it as well.
So you didn't peel the stickers off then?
No.
You definitely didn't do that?
And I remember going to Argos to get it.
Wow.
Other shops are available. $9.99 it was, which was very expensive.
Yeah.
They'll probably not even cost that now.
Gosh, Mr. Rubik's Cube man must be very rich. Eh?
But it's things like, you know, like that's why I say these blankets, like those childhood memories, isn't it?
Definitely.
And what a lovely gift. I think also, if you're decorating a child's room by just making fabric bunting and putting a few cushions, it lifts it, doesn't it? Particularly if you've got children who share rooms, you can just do their bed.
Definitely.
And then it is their special place.
Yeah.
Or if you've got them visiting you, if you're grandma, you can have that in the room that they sleep in.
Feel like I've thrown a pair on the floor. I haven't thrown one on the floor, have I? On the other side.
I'll have a look.
And got myself carried away. I've got another one here.
No, unless
it's
flown.
here. It's here. It's here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start joining these in pairs. And at this point, where I've set the seam, I mean, I'm not paying too much attention, but I would try and make sure that this pair is going one way and this pair is going the opposite. And as we go, just do it that way. And then we're going to nest our seams together. So I'm just going to take, let me just pull this down out of the way. These two, this is my sort of preferred method. I tend to just roll down the join all the way down to the edge and then nudge it up. Obviously you can feel it when it nests in as well. I'm just going to pinch the ends together and then I'll just ease in between. I'm very aware that a lot of this prep's been done at home with my 1/4 inch, and then you're coming in and using a different...
and every 1/4 inch is different, as we discovered. While you sew through those, I'm just going to go, don't forget about the kits, because we have got more people who've got them in baskets. So the one that's on the screen at the moment is the blue one that Lucy is doing. And in the blue kit, you get 1.5 meters of this velvet fleece. Absolutely beautiful. I think I'd like to make a whole pair of pyjamas with this. It's gorgeous. You get the full instructions, obviously. You get 1 meter of silver grey cotton fabric, and then you get 6 fat quarters. So you get the ticking stripe, you get the blue stars, you get blue spots, you get this cloudy blue, you get like a mottled blue star, and then a nice all over mottled print. That's in the blue one. The fleece is, how wide? It's very wide. Yes, and it needs to be a little bit more exact than that, Charlie. Very wide. I'm going to measure it in half. One moment. Well, it's 32, 64 inches. That is wide, so it's 150 centimetres. That's good, isn't it? Beautiful. And that's in the blue kit. Now, if you want the yellow one, that's the one that all the samples are in, like the one hanging up behind me. In the yellow one, you get, oh, there it is. My desk is as bad as yours. It's this fleece, it's so big. In the yellow one, you get full instructions, obviously. You get 1.5 meters of this gorgeous yellowy gold fleece. Beautiful. You get 1 meter of cream cotton fabric. That's the background fabric. And then in the fat quarters, you get a stripe. You get a gold stars, yellow with a little tiny dot pattern, yellow polka dots, yellow with white stars, and cream with beige spots. So that's the yellow one. That's the one that's used for this item here. And then the pink, you get 1.5 meters of the beautiful pink, dusky pink fleece. It's gorgeous, isn't it? 1.5 meters of that. And you also get full instructions. You get 1 meter of white fabric, so it's really clean and crisp. I love this one. It's got tiny little alphabet letters on it. A little pink floral. You get a pink spot. You get washed with a pink star, a marbled effect pink, and then a dusky pink with a little star. So that's the pink collection. So you just got to decide which one. Now we have still got more of you. We've got it in baskets than we've got in stock. So, and they're not just a few, I mean so many more. So you do need to get checked out on these. So where have we got to, Lucy?
We're now putting the blocks of 4s together.
Okay.
So if I just do one strip to complete, and then shall I move on to a cushion?
Yeah, that's a good idea. So basically you're creating half square triangles and then you sew them all together, whether that's in rows or blocks or strips or columns or however you fancy.
Absolutely. Obviously these are just suggested layouts.
Well, like you say, put it all on the floor, on the table and move it around.
Absolutely.
Stand on a chair, take a photo on your phone.
It's your kaleidoscope.
Yeah, can be whatever you like.
Yeah. And then what I do, I'm just going to keep talking whilst I sew. What I do is then just get your fleece, choose which side you want to be your right side, your nice side that you're going to be feeling and touching when it's all done and dusted. And then I just lay it on top and pin the two together. I cut, and I'd leave probably a good inch all the way around. Pop your walking foot on if you want to on your sewing machine. And then sew around and then leave a generous size hole ready for turning through later on. Now, if you do want to do the pom-pom corners, you can just obviously pop them into the corners. Just make sure that the tails, if you like, are touching the edge of the fabric, and the pom-pom is ultimately sandwiched between all of the layers. But obviously you do need to check and consider whether you feel that's going to be suitable.
Yeah, so you know the age of the children you're giving them to. So when you are putting any embellishment on things for children, you know the age, you know whether it's suitable. So just have a think about that, about whether it's going to get pulled out and whether the children are that age. So
absolutely.
That's why all these decorations are optional. So you just need to decide.
Or if indeed you've got a puppy or a kitten that wants to play with it, / pull it out.
Yes.
So there we go, that's another strip done. So this is the outermost one that's complete. So it's very nearly there really, you can see. Let me just move these.
It's all coming together now. Well, it's lovely to see the colours together.
Let me move that. we go. That's all very nearly
Yeah, gorgeous.
done.
Gorgeous. So you just sew the rest together. And that's done.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly right. So then you can move on to your cushions. These are such fun to make and so simple.
And there's 3. You can make 3 cushions with all of this, can't you? So a cloud and a moon. Now they've got a pieced front, but then they've got this beautiful velvet fleece on the back. And you can make a star, which has the velvet fleece on the front and the back. I like the pom-pom hanging off that one, like a shooting star.
Yes, exactly. Right, so right at the start, it does say in the instructions, but before you get going on any of this, I recommend where you've got your fat quarters of fabric, so assume this is your fat quarter just here, so obviously we have it going the longest way there, just cut off of each piece a 3-inch strip. Off one of the pieces, cut an additional one, okay? And that generally gives you enough, certainly to do the clouds, and I'm just trying to think how wide yours are. And the half moon, sorry, I'm just trying to think out loud. So just set those to one side or make your cushions first, whichever you prefer. And then all you need to do is piece these all together to make one big piece of fabric. Now, when it comes to the only one that's that little bit more awkward, if you like, is when you're doing the crescent, is it called a crescent moon? Half moon? The moon. When you're doing the moon.
Yes, a crescent moon, I think.
Yeah, you just need to think about how you lay those fabrics out.
It's a waxing moon or a waning moon. It's a moon.
Because obviously you don't need the fabric that you make to be all of this width. What you need is the fabric to sort of stagger down and around. Very easy to do. You just take your bits of fabric and start joining them up. And all I do is I take my pattern piece, and I've got it here actually, and I just keep laying it on top. So this is double, so you'd have your other half just there as well. But I would just make sure, so you see you join those bits there, but then you stagger the next piece across. Very easy to do when you've got it all in front of you. So we're just going to quickly join these together. I haven't taken the selve edge off because it will get cut off anyway. So we'll just piece all of those together.
Well, it's nice because it gives it that patchwork look, and what I quite like about this set is it's not really complicated because you've got, you know, simple half square triangles, you've got the strip piecing, but it gives it a beautifully quite classy homemade look without it being too complex. So if you're new to sewing, particularly with quilting, I think the joy of creating this blanket is because you've got a fleece back. You're not having to bother with the wadding, and because it's bagged out, it's simpler as well. So if you're new to sewing and you want to make something for a baby or a child or for your own, then this is a really good thing to start with because there's nothing too complex in it, and the fleece is doing the job of the wadding for you. We have also got the fleece on its own, so while Lucy's sewing that together, right, so just move on with this. So now remember, this fleece is like a velvet on one side. So if you think of your velour jumpsuits, back to the 1980s again, it's that sort of feel, but thicker as a fleece. Now, I cannot believe that this is £3.99. £3.99 for half a metre. That seems very, very inexpensive. So it's 60 inches, 150 centimetres wide. Now, it's a half a metre, but the way that we sell it is if you want more than a half a metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're making like a double bed-sized quilt even, you think, actually, I would really like to back it with fleece. Or if you're just making a fleece blanket, if you get this, you will need to hem it, because it is fluffy, but you could just bind the edges, or you could hem it. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. If you want 2 metres, put 4 units in the basket. If you want 3 metres, put 6. It will be sent as a whole piece. £3.99, and honestly, I've not seen fleece as soft as this, and it's beautiful. They've called it ochre, but it's not as brown as an ochre. I would go for gold more. But you can see when I do that, you can see the pile. Can you see when I do this? Look, you can see, which is what you get normally from a velvet. absolutely beautiful. £3.99. I mean, honestly, just to make a blanket with that would be lovely. So that's the ochre colourway. Then we've got it in silver. This is the one that's used in the blue kit. Again, £3.99 for half a metre. That is an amazing price, isn't it? And the lovely thing is I can tell you, it is a beautiful fleece. And even on the wrong side, it's like a really soft, normal fleece. But this is lovely. But think about soft toys as well. If you're making teddies, how lovely would they be in this? Actually, make a really nice seal. Beautiful for soft toy making because it is velvety soft. So that's the silver. Then we have it in black. I'm thinking panther, panda. But lovely for the black. You know, if you've made a quilt and you want to put some fleece on the back of it, this is perfect, isn't it?
Oh, especially if they're a dirty child.
Yes, if they're a dirty child
Yes.
as well, be ideal, wouldn't it? Or maybe it's a picnic blanket. So if you want to take something out, you know, or maybe you've got a blanket that you keep in the car or you want to take on picnics, the black is ideal for that because it won't show up. And then the final one is the tan. Now, this is different though. This isn't the velvet one. So it's a lovely fleece, it's a really nice quality, but it's not velvet one. This is just a normal fleece fabric. £2.99, that's why there's a difference in price. So it's not the velvety one, but it is a beauty one. You can use it to back quilts. Some people even use it inside quilts instead of wadding, which you can do. It's really nice. It's like a kangaroo. I've never touched a kangaroo though. I don't think I've even seen a kangaroo. Maybe in a zoo. £2.99, that's amazing, isn't it? How are we getting on, Lucy?
Yeah, we're ready to
Oh,
cut
excellent.
out.
So that's all the fleeces. So if you want it on its own, remember, you can buy it as a continuous piece if you want more than half a metre. Just put that in the number. Right, so you've strip pieced.
We have, I mean, it's not the very neatest in the world, but that's fine. And then I'm just going to lay it down on the deck.
So you've sort of made a piece of fabric.
I've just made a piece of fabric, yeah. And then I just take my cloud.
So you just trace them off onto plain paper.
I did,
and
yeah.
then stick them together.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Just stick them together.
And I guess
that's
you
fine.
can see through. You don't even need
Oh
anything
no,
special.
absolutely
You can
fine.
just see.
Yeah, and then I can place this wherever I want. So you can see you only need a touch. Oh, in fact, no, I didn't need it after all. Well, there we go. Note to self. So we can just lay that on. I can decide, well, I'm just going to have a bit of both now that I'm here. And I'm just going to pop a few pins in just to secure it. Then use your rotary cutter or your scissors just to cut through. And then we're just going to cut two pieces, one obviously out of this fabric, one out of the fleece. And then we're going to pop them right sides to right side, nice side to nice side. And we're going to sew them together. And then I'm going to leave a little hole down at the bottom for turning. Before I turn, I'm just talking ahead just in case I run out of time. Before I turn, I'm obviously going to reduce the seams just a little bit, although it doesn't massively matter with this. But just on these pinch point areas here, I will just snip in that little bit further. Just take like a little triangle out of it so we can get a bit more of a defined shape.
Okay.
So now I'm just going to cut those out and I shall just do the same again with the fleece. Now, bear with me because I know that I'm being a little bit lapsidaisical, but I'm just going to try and do them at the same time.
Oh yeah, so you could just, once you've pinned it on, you could just pin it and cut it all through together at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we don't really need to worry too much about tidiness. It's going to be fine by the time it's all sewn together. Just enjoy the process and have fun.
But I'd say it's a nice, easy make, isn't it? But very effective.
What it's all about. One thing I didn't do, Rebecca, which I think would have looked amazing personally, is I would have done like the blues. Maybe if you've got, you've got all those odds and sods of wool at home. Well, I know I have anyway. If I've got like a range of blues and creams, things like that, I'd make a number of pom-poms, and I'd probably have them all hanging at different lengths off the bottom of
like
the cloud.
raindrops.
Like little raindrops, yeah.
Now we have got yarn. Let's talk about pom-poms. Ooh. If you want to make some pom-poms, we've got some beautiful yarn and a pom-pom maker. So the pom-pom maker, these are brilliant. These are Clover, so they're beautiful quality, because Clover products always are, and they work really well. Now, in this pack, you get 2 pom-pom makers. It's the small pack, so you get one that has a 35mm or 1 3/8 of an inch diameter, and the other one will make a 45mm or 1 5/8 inch diameter. Easy peasy to use. If you've never used a pom-pom maker, you will love these. None of that 2 circles of cardboard nonsense that takes hours. There's full instructions on the back. And if you go onto the Clover website, there's videos as well. You wind it round one half of the pom-pom maker, round it round the other, sandwich them together, and it's done. It's absolutely brilliant. $5.99. I've got these in all sizes, and you can make pom-poms so quickly, and it's a really lovely activity for children as well. So if you're making this maybe for a baby, and you know you've got older children in the family, they can help you with this. We've also got some beautiful yarn. Now, this is a lovely yellow. This will be lovely with the yellow set. This is a West Yorkshire Spinners yarn, so it's beautiful because it's a mixture. It's the Bo Peep yarn, so it's super soft. It's a mixture between wool and nylon, and it's the most beautiful colour. Now, if you use great quality yarn for pom-poms, they do look better. It's absolutely fine to use acrylic yarn, doesn't matter at all. But when you use wool yarn, they do get fluffier. So that is the yellow yarn, West Yorkshire Spinners Sunshine Bo Peep. It's a double knit yarn. You can use it for anything. You don't have to use it for making pom-poms. So if you wanted to do some knitted items to go with it, you could. But it is lovely. I love the Bo Peep yarn. That's in the Sunshine. We've also got it in the Dicky Bird. It's in the blue. Again, lovely, lovely colours. These would look beautiful. So if you wanted to put some blue pom-poms in the corner of your blanket, if you've bought this set, look how lovely that is with it. Gorgeous. So that's in the Dicky Bird. $3.95 for the whole ball, which is 50 grams. And then if you want some pink, now we've got a nice chunky for the pink. So this will obviously give you much chunkier pom-poms and be a lot quicker as well. This is Bellissima, so it's a 100% acrylic, but it's a premium acrylic, so it's very, very soft. There's 100 grams in this ball, but if you've bought the pink set, let me just show you. Look, isn't that beautiful in the pink? I really love that in the pink. So, Bellissima Chunky. So we just keep adding more things in.
So I'm just cutting in, like I said now, just taking those little triangles out now, yeah. Just to make sure we can keep that definition. I would say stuff these as much as you want, just get that look that you want to achieve, really. But as a case, I mean, how long does that take?
I know, it's so quick, and you've sewn all the strips together as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to it, but it's so effective, and you can choose which is your right side and which is your wrong side, rotate them, it really doesn't matter, but yeah, so you'll just then fill it up to your heart's content.
Now we have got stuffing, so if you're making all of the cushions, you will need 2 bags of this, won't you?
Yes,
2 bags.
I think so.
Depending on how stuffy you want them, whether you want them super stuffed or squishily stuffed, but I would say you'd need 2 bags. This is $4.99. Now this is recycled as well. Recycled toy fillings, even better. But if you're making all 3, I would get yourself a couple of bags of this. But it's a really good quality stuffing, so it's nice and soft and squishy and not lumpy, which is what you need for these cushions. But if you've got the kits, it's worth getting this at the same time, and then you can make it all in one go.
Yeah.
Get the yarn, get the pom-pom makers. But like you say, hang on raindrops on the bottom of them.
Lovely, really nice. So that's it. That is your little cloud cushion. Obviously that would just be turned under when it's all done. Hand sew it closed, or if you're feeling a little bit lazy, just stick it back under the machine and sew it. I did on the star, and you can't tell.
No, that's true.
So there we go, we've got a star. Have I turned those the wrong around?
And the stuffing is washable as well. So you could just put the whole thing in the washing machine. You don't need to take it all out. You just pop it all in. You might need to give a little plump up afterwards. You can pop it in the tumble dryer on a low setting. That might just give it a warm, but be careful. Don't put it on too high because obviously these are all acrylic. Gorgeous, gorgeous. So shall we just, I'm just going to recap the kits before we go. So if you want the blue kit, what's the most popular one so far, Ben? Yellow is winning. Yellow is winning. But let's go through blue first, because that's the one that Lucy's just done. So in the blue kits, in the blue corner, you get full instructions, and these are great instructions with all the templates as well. So once you've used your kit, you can make it again. You get 1.5 meters of this gorgeous, gorgeous velvety soft silver fleece. You get 1 meter of the silver plain fabric, and look at how well that matches. Then you get 6 fat quarters in a variety of blueprints, spots, stars, stripes, all for the patchwork. That's the blue and silver kit. If you want the pink, you get 1.5 meters of this beautiful dusky pink. Now please do check out with these. We have still got more of you in baskets. Now Lucy's finished a demonstration. You need to get checked out or you will miss out. So you get 1.5 meters of the dusky pink fleece. Then you get full instructions. Then you get 1 meter of white fabric. And then you get these beautiful 6 fat quarters. Floral, spots, alphabets. I love this in the pink. Gorgeous. Then, finally, and the most popular, is the ochre yellow mustard cream one. So this fleece is called ochre, but we think it looks more like gold. It is gorgeous and squishy. Honestly, any child would absolutely adore to have that. Then you get 1 meter of cream. That's used, you know, obviously for all of this background area. Then you get the 6 fat quarters. So you've got a spotty one, a big starry one, a little starry one, an all over print one, a gold starry one, and a big stripy one. So those are all the kits. You've just got to choose which colour. We do have a few left of the instructions on their own. So if you want to use your own fabric, then that's the instructions there. We're going to just go for a break now. We'll see you back here in an hour for the beautiful new bag.
Yep,
the Elizabeth bag, gorgeous. Really like that. So if you love cave, you love Tula, you love a bit of bag making.
Yeah.
That's going to be great. So we'll see Lucy back here in an hour. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. In the break, if you've got this in your basket, I'm just warning you, the stock is very, very low for all 3 kits. You need to get checked out. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's all about bag making supplies, but I'm going to start off with some of the Amber Makes kits that we've brought back that had sold out. We have got a few. Everything is on pre-order if you want to get ahead. And if you love bag making, you will enjoy the rest of the bag making supplies in that hour. I'll see you back here really soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Welcome to Sewing Street on the first day of spring. Not really, but it's the days the clock's gone forward. So if you've lost an hour, I know, so have I, but it's going to be lighter, which is very exciting. We've had a great day so far, lovely things. Look at this quilt behind me. I feel like I'm standing in front of a star. Look, this kit, I'm going to be talking about this at 12 o'clock, but it is available on pre-order because we only have a few left. Beautiful William Morris kit, just in case, because I know a lot of people say, what have you got hanging up behind you? This hour is going to be all about bag making supplies. So I've got 3 different sorts of bags for you, but these are the Amber Makes kits. The first one is the duffel tote. So you, which one? So I designed this quite selfishly actually for myself because I wanted a bag. I'll show you the sewing one because I haven't got anything in this one. The idea was I wanted a bag that I could use to just keep a project in, because when I'm knitting or crocheting or sewing, I put it all in a plastic bag. It sits down the side of the sofa. Eventually the plastic bag disintegrates. So I wanted a nice bag, but I also wanted a bag that I could then take out with me. So if I'm going on a workshop or when I'm going on holiday, because I always take a little project on holiday with me, but I wanted to be able to store lots of things in it, and also I wanted to be able to work from it. So that's how the duffel tote arrived. So and the reason it's called that is it's a mixture between a duffel bag, which normally has a round bottom, but I've designed this specifically for beginners. So if you are new to sewing and you want to make something, this is really simple because a round bottom is more fiddly. So I've done it so it's got a box bottom which ends up as a square, which means it sits super flat. It has handles, easy to make. The only extra item that you need that's not in the kit is a piece of piping cord, cotton table ribbon that's the drawstring, that's all. And then it opens up. Then what happens inside is if you want to work from it, so maybe you're knitting or you're crocheting or you're doing some sewing, if you turn the top of the bag over, you've then got the pockets. And there are pockets all the way in around the inside, and you can choose what the gaps are in them. So if you're putting knitting needles in, you can have small gaps. If you're putting a book in them, you can have bigger ones. So that's how it works. So I'll show you with the crochet one. Now the crochet one, I'll show you the panels in a minute. The panel, in the kit you get the panel and the instructions, and the panel includes all the fabric pieces you need. The fronts, the linings, the pockets, the handles. So this one, obviously, because it's for crochet, has got granny squares all over it. So granny squares printed. Now, if I open it up, so it looks like the handles are in a funny place when you close it, but they work to carry it. So that's your duffel tote. Then when I open it up, now I've got my latest crochet project in here, you can see. If I fold it over, I can use this to crochet from, because all the pockets then sit at the front. So this is my Hexie cardigan, one of my San Sabido kits. So I've got all the 30 out of the 72 ones I've made. I've got my pencil case that has all my hooks in there. I've got all of my yarn. I've got pockets, so I've got all my part-made ones in there. I can put my crochet hooks in the other pockets. So all the pockets are lined. Now, because you've got the outer and the lining, and you've got the pockets which are lined, it's quite bulky, so you don't need interfacing, you don't need wadding. It's thick enough as it is. So what I do when I'm working from it is I pop everything inside. You keep your one project in it. And then you pop it all back inside, pull it up, pull the drawstring, and that's it. So that's the crochet one. I'll show you the panels in a minute so you can see what you get. This is the knitting one. So this is actually how it all started, is because I started knitting socks, and you need quite specific things for socks, and I wanted to keep them all together. So this one features on the outside, you've got balls of yarn, you've got needles, you've even got circular needles, you've got, shall I show you flat? You've got stitch markers that are in the shape of jumpers, obviously, and scissors and needles, all in beautiful shades of lilac. You've even got a pair of knitted socks, especially for me. And then when you pull it over, so this is for my sock knitting. So sometimes you might have patterns or books. I have my sock book. So I made one pocket that I could fit that into. I can put my balls of yarn in, but because I have very specific needles, because I've got DPNs, they go into a pocket that when you make the pockets, you choose where you put the dividing lines between them. So you make them wide or small, exact, depending on what you need. I've made a pocket that's wide enough to put all my sock knitting accessories in, and then one for my short circular. And then I can keep it all together. And when I went away on holiday last year, I wanted to take my sock knitting with me. And it's just easy because it's all in there, isn't it? And then you've seen the sewing one, obviously does exactly the same. But this features, I'll show you it flat. It features, this is like your vintage sewing. You've got a vintage sewing machine. You've got spools of thread, stranded cotton, buttons, safety pins. So let me show you the panel so you can see what you get. Right, this is the panel. I'll hold it up. It's massive. So you can see, look at the size of the panel. All the pieces are pre-printed on here. All the seam allowances are included. Let me show you what it looks like here. So if you look at it, all of the pieces all have the label above them. So this says front outer. It's even got the corners printed on already to cut round. So it's a cut and sew kit. All you have to do is cut around the edge of it, make sure you pin the label to the front, follow the instructions, and then you sew it all together. So we've got the pocket outers, the pocket lining, we've got, there's another pocket outer, front lining, handles, there's the casing, that's what the cord goes through. There's even a label if you want to put it in, and then there's spare bits that aren't for the kit, but you can just use like a whole row of granny squares. In the kit as well, for £19.99, so you've got that massive panel, you get full instructions. Now, I've also filmed a video tutorial, so when you get your instructions, if you go to the Amber Makes website, the address is on the back, the video tutorial is on there, so you can read the instructions and follow it, or you can watch the tutorial. So if you are a beginner and you want to know how to do it, there's only three left. Full instructions with pictures, everything you need to know, it's all in there, and it's really simple. What's goodness, Ben? This one is about to sell out. So let me go through the knitting one next. So this is the panel for the knitting one. Again, massive panel. But I wanted, right, there's only 11 of this one left. But I wanted to create something that was simple and easy to do, but something you really want to use. So, you can make it for the projects that you're going to do. I know a lot of people have bought them and made several of them for different projects. Or lovely gift for someone you know who likes knitting or sewing. And, if you're a sewer but you like the granny square print, you don't have to put the same things in there. So there's the print, and even you get these side pieces, balls of yarn. The lining is a smaller version of the outer, so it matches beautifully. And you've even got bonus things. So where these cut out corners are, that little area is filled with balls of yarn. You could use that. So if you wanted to make maybe like a little purse to put stitch markers in, you could use those extra prints for them. And then there's the casing. You've got a label that says my knitting bag, and you've got the handles that have got balls of yarn on. So nice gift for somebody as well, and obviously full instructions are with it. It doesn't matter which one you buy, they're made all in exactly the same way, but do follow the video tutorial if you prefer to learn that way. That's the knitting one, and then finally the sewing one. Actually, we've got the fatter quarter panels, but I forgot we didn't put those on. So, do you want the code? 3. That's really confused him. Yeah. Can you give those to Ben? Mm-hmm. There's one missing there. I don't know where that one's gone. Oh well. Because what we have done is we have also, if you love the print, particularly, I know it's the granny square print a lot of people love, we have created panels of fatter quarters using those prints. I'll show you those to you in a minute, except I've lost one. Right, this is the sewing one. So you can see this is the bag outer which has got a very pale pink background, and then you've got the scissors. You can use those to applique onto items afterwards on the sewing machine. This would look lovely, wouldn't it, if you've got a pocket, like on a pair of jeans. Wouldn't it be great to put that in your jeans pocket and applique? I'd really like to do that. But that's what I'd use when I have these, because I keep all the pieces and then I use them to applique onto other things, because they're just spare pieces, so you could make an extra bag. I think there's one missing though. The knitting one. Don't know where that's gone. Have a peruse. So this is the sewn one. So the lining is just a smaller version of the outer, so it's all really beautifully coordinated. This is the pocket outer, and that's the pocket lining. But what's great, because there's a pocket on the front of the inner and on the back, so they're the same size, so you can swap them over. You could use the pocket lining for the outer and the pocket outer for the lining, so you've got different ones, because that's got spools of thread and that's got stranded cotton. Again, you've got the My Sewing Bag label, and there's the handles, and the handle for the sewing one is actually a tape measure, which is quite handy. So those are all the duffel tote kits. Now, if you like the prints, I'll show you the crochet one first, because I haven't seen Granny Square prints, and Amy designed this one. I think it's done a fab job. So they're called fatter quarters, because a fat quarter is normally 20 by 22 inches. There's only 7 of this available though, whereas these are 50 centimetres long, so half a metre like normal, but they're 70 centimetres wide. So you've got 4 different prints. You've got the large Granny Square as a fatter quarter, and I know lots of people have bought these for their own makes. Then this fatter quarter is another crochet print, just a design. The third fatter quarter is a small Granny Square print, lovely to make like a shoulder bag with. Or you could make extra items for storing your crochet things in. But crochet and Granny Squares are so popular, you don't have to use them for crochet items. You can use them all sorts. You could, because what you get on here as well, so that's a bigger of the crochet prints. You get little pieces of Granny Squares. You've got labels. This took forever. I made this, handmade by. And you've got a row of Granny Squares. I mean, you could sew that around the bottom of your jeans, couldn't you? So those are all of extra things. So £19.99, that's the crochet fatter quarter. Then we've got the, I haven't got it here, but there is the knitting fatter quarter. But there's only 11 of the knitting one left. Now, obviously, all the prints for the knitting fatter quarter are exactly the same as here. So you get, oh, you've got a picture of it. I don't know, we've lost it. So again, it's 4 fatter quarters. You've got the same knitting prints that you've seen on the knitting bag. So all those different themes. Only 11 of that one left. £19.99. And then finally, we've got the sewing fatter quarter panel. So I know several people have bought the kit and then bought the fatter quarter panel as well. So you've got 4 prints, again, each one of them is 70 by 50 centimetres, and you get some bonus extra strips. This one's got more of those, so brilliant for applique. You get the large print with the pink in the back. You get one print that's just loads and loads of stranded cotton, perfect for someone who loves embroidery or cross stitch. You get one print that's all spools of thread, and then the 4th fatter quarter is the smaller version of the all over print. So cut them into individual prints. You've got 4 fatter quarters for £19.99, which is a fantastic price when you think of the size of them. Right, that's the duffel tote. Which one do you want me to move on next, Ben? The shapely shoulder bag. Right, let me find it. I'm just disappearing under the desk a minute. Now, there are 3 different versions of the shapely shoulder. Oh, I seem to have my shopping bags here. Right. Love it when a plan comes together. So this is the William Morris Shapely Shoulder Bag. So in the kit, now I don't have the kits here, but on the kit, the panel contains all of the fabric that you need. So the way that this works is it's called Shapely because it's got little darts in it, so it's got that nice curved end. You've got the fabric for the outer and you've got the fabric for the lining. This one is Morris Make, so it features the Strawberry Thief. Now, the way I've designed this bag is that some people say, I just want a simple magnetic closure, which this one has got. And then and I don't like putting in zips. And then other people say, but I like a zip because it's more secure. So what I've done with the instructions is that it tells you how to make it either way. So I've made this one with a magnetic clasp. And let me show you, this is the haberdashery version. But the instructions, because it gets to the point in the instructions where it goes, if you want to put in a zip, follow this bit. If you want to do a magnetic clasp, follow this bit. There is also, on the Amber Makes website, a full video tutorial of this with details on the instructions. So if you would prefer a zip top, like I've put in this one, there are the instructions to do that. And then it's in an open wide zip, so the bag will open completely. So you can choose whether you go magnetic clasp or zip. You can put a zip pocket, there are the pieces for putting a zip pocket on the outside, as well as the pieces for putting a zip pocket on the inside. Or you could just leave them out if you hate doing zips. There's also all the pieces to make a matching little zip purse, as well as the pieces to make a baby shapely shoulder bag that you can use as a little bag charm. For this one, I've hung it on the end of the strap, but it's just, there was a space on the panel and it seemed a shame to waste it, so there's all the pieces to make the baby one. And then all you will need as well are, it has D-rings on the side and a slider. If you go, when you get your instructions, it will tell you what you need, but if you go on the website, on the Sewing Street website, I have listed in there the extra items you need, which are like the sliders and the D-rings, so it's all there. There's only 15 left. 15. You've even got all the pieces for the strap and everything. So that's the William Morris one that features the Strawberry Thief. So you're getting the outer, the lining, the pockets, the bag charm and the zip pouch as well. If you prefer a bit of Monet, we have water lilies. So on the front, I like the way this one works, because on the front you've got the bridge and it matches, it joins up the bridge on the other side, as if by magic. With this one I put the magnetic closure in, but I love the lining on this one. It's like, I'll turn it around so you can see it. It's like the water flowing under the bridge. So this is like your, you know, when you see in these gift shops, you see bags that are made looking like these paintings. It looks like that, doesn't it? So again, obviously you've got the strap and all the pieces. You get the pieces to make the matching zip purse and inside here. Now with this one, I use, because the only thing you don't get is the lining for the zip purse, but I didn't put a pocket in mine, so I used one of the pocket linings, which was the right size. And look, there's the baby bag charm. You could put your pound coin for your trolley in there, or a couple of sweets. Get a couple of strawberry bonbons in there, wouldn't you? There we go. So that's the water lilies. So the fabric panel contains all of those fabric pieces and full instructions, and there's a video tutorial as well. And then this is the final one, and this is just for all of us lovely sewing shoppers out there. This is our favourite shop, isn't it? The haberdashery. So I'm thinking you're going shopping down to the haberdashery, you're going to a fest like the Quilt Festival or a local sewing fair. Turn up with your haberdashery bag. It's brilliant, isn't it? So you've got the haberdashery, you've got like the lamp post, the front of it's got a sewing machine and fabric rolls in it, the dog outside, and then at the top, there we go. It's brilliant, isn't it? And then we've got all the pieces for the shoulder strap. This one again, I put the zip in. You've even got on the panel, so you can choose, because if you're not putting the zip, you don't need that, but it's on there, the end for the zip. Then inside, also it's a good way, because of the tutorial there, if you think, well, I've not put a zip in before, I'm not sure how to do it, I'd like to have a go, then do, because I go through it step by step to show you. It's a good thing to practice on. You've then got the little zip purse that you can put your money in, and obviously a matching mini haberdashery bag charm that you can use. I mean, you don't have to make the extra little bits, but they're on there. So for £19.99, you get full instructions, the video tutorial, and the fabric panel that contains all of these pieces. It's just cut and sew. The seam allowances are already included on this. So there's no measuring, there's no templates. Cut around the edge of the pieces and sew them together. Right, that's the shapely shoulder. Then, right, I'm going to start. Shall I start with William Morris? Right, so this kit, this is all about reusable gift bags. So rather than wrapping presents, how about making them a fabric gift bag? Now, quite often when I'm selling fabric here, I say, oh, this would make a really nice gift bag or a drawstring bag, but we don't have instructions. So I thought we'd create a panel. Now, on this panel for £24.99, you've got all the pieces to make 7 bags and 6 gift tags. We didn't put the lining on them so that we could get more on, but you know, you need about 1 metre for the whole lot. So you can use scraps of your fabric. So for the lining of them, I've just used a plain fabric. But again, in the instructions and also on the website, I have listed what you need for it. So in this kit, this features the William Morris Strawberry Thief print. You've got the bag. Let's celebrate. So you've got the front and the back and the handles. So you don't have to use this for a gift, but it'd be nice if you did. And tell whoever you give it to, they have to gift it again. So that's that one. That's for a bigger gift. Obviously, there's the bottle tote. So it says cheers on it with the William Morris bottle of wine. So ideal. This will fit a bigger bottle, like a bottle of champagne as well. It also fits a bottle of gin. I tried that. So it will fit wine or champagne, I made sure, because they're a bit bigger, aren't they? So you get the bottle bag. You get the drawstring gift pouch. So good for squishy things. But again, you know, you don't even need to use these for gifting. You could use these for when you know, packing on holiday and things. But ideal for something squishy and round. Then there's the little drawstring bag. Great for a little pair of socks, small gift. So you've got the pieces that are for the front, and you've got the piece that goes for the drawstring. You've got the pretty little gift bag that says lovely little things. So it's like one of those really sweet little bags where there's a ribbon at the top. So you pop the gift in, wrap it in a bit of tissue paper maybe, tie the ribbon in a bow, and then it's got little cotton tape handles as well. So, and I always think if you give somebody a gift bag like this, you then don't need to spend so much on the present because they're so impressed by the gift bag. Good morning. These panels look fantastic, from Rebecca Jane. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. That's really kind. Then this is my favourite one, even though it's the smallest, the gift envelope. It says a gift for you. Because the way it works is it's just one piece as well. And it's sewn and folded. And then, you know, when you've got a gift card and you think, oh, well, that doesn't look very much, does it? And then you try and get a nice card or something, or just cash, or something small like a pair of earrings or a lipstick. Then you can just pop it in here. I've designed it specifically for gift vouchers, and it's just a little fabric envelope. And again, full video tutorial on our website for all of these. And I've done an individual one for each of them, so you can just pick up the one you want, follow the video tutorial, and then you can make it. And then the tiny little one that says good things come in small packages, which is totally true. That is very true. That's just a tiny mini little tote bag. So again, you could use that for gift vouchers or a bar of soap. Just really sweet. And 6 gift tags as well that all match. But you see, because we didn't put the lining in, but you don't need very much for them, it meant that we could get more on. And I know what you like. You've all got fabrics. I used a plain fabric, but you could use, you know, one of your special prints to go with it. It meant that we could get more on. So 7 bags, 6 gift bags, 6 gift tags, instructions, tutorial, £24.99. That's the William Morris version. Now, then this is the one that sold out before, Party Animals. Because we all love a wild animals. So we've got animals in party hats. Giraffes in hats, toucans in hats, flamingos in hats. So on this one, obviously you get the pieces for the front, the back, all of the gusset pieces, and then the handles. It's only the lining that you need to create. This one I've put some of the Bosal foam interfacing to give it some structure, but you don't need to put that in, or you could just put wadding. And then these are all the other items. So this is all on the same panel. There's the bag. So you've got the giraffe's bottom that says bottoms up. And then he goes round to the giraffe's head. And then giraffes on the side. So you've got all the pieces for the outside, but that will fit your bottle, bottoms up. Then you've got the drawstring gift bag. Now this features a leopard, and because you've got a front and a back, Amy's designed it so that when you join the front and the back together, the leopard continues. And he's got a little hat on. And I love the top of the drawstring is like a pink leopard print. Isn't that beautiful? I kind of think this theme as well, this goes for any age, doesn't it? I like this one. This is the pretty little gift bag. It says, a gift for you. Woohoo! Woohoo! So that's the zebra. Zebra with, and then you just tie the top bit in a bow. But I've seen I got the idea for this because you can buy, paper ones of these in shops for about like $4.50, and they have a little tie on the top. I like that one. Then we've got the little drawstring bag with a toucan, with a party hat, and then little toucans. So it all looks very coordinated. And because the lining fabric that you provide, this bit goes to the inside as well. So all the bit inside you won't see anyway. But you've got mini toucans. So it's the sort of thing, if you give this to someone with a little gift in, they'll be more excited by the bag than the gift. There's the baby little tote bag, just for you. And then there's the gift envelope that says, from me to you, with 2 loving flamingos. There we go. And then you get the 6 gift tags. That they feature prints. So there's 2 gift taggy shaped ones, the same with all the 2 circular ones and 2 square ones. So you could write on these using a permanent marker or use a friction pen, and then when they finish with it, they can just iron their name off and give it to someone else. See? And then you can use it, they can use it again. Or you could embroider their name on, or you don't even need to make those, but it's just quite a nice little extra. And then very finally is the this one, which is it's called So Celebrating. So it features illustrations of things that I love that I have then embroidered and appliqued, and then we photographed them and have turned them into fabric prints. So this is my embroidered Victoria sandwich. Look at that. So that's on the front and the back. The handles feature mini versions of the Victoria sandwich, and then you've got even Victoria sandwiches going down the sides as well. So that's your bigger bag. So, this is ideal for someone who sews, because obviously the image, if you look at it closely, is embroidered and appliqued. But it's just a really nice way of giving somebody, because it's a cake, but it shows what you can do with the embroidery and the applique as well. So that's the bigger bag. The bottle bag says fine vintage, because that applies to all of us. And again, this is one that I've appliqued, but obviously we've then printed it as a fabric for you. But you could then, if you haven't, depends on how much time you've got, you could embellish that further. You could embroider, because what I've done, I've only put wadding in here. It hasn't got foam, it's just a wadding. That's enough to keep it there. But you could put a thermolam in, and it would be insulated as well. You could use that for a picnic. The drawstring bag features a watering can filled with flowers, embroidered flowers. Then we've got the little drawstring bag. That's a cup of tea with a jammy dodger, because I love a jammy dodger. The pretty little bag is a bicycle with flowers, because they kind of cover everything, aren't they? That's just like very generic. It isn't any specific occasion, but that's just the bicycle with flowers. Then the little tote bag. It's another Victoria sandwich. You could put a packet of biscuits in there, couldn't you? And then there's the gift card, a gift envelope, a gift for you. So if you've got the whole panel, you might think, oh, well, I know what I'm going to do with that one, but just keep all of the others, and then you've got them for gifts, haven't you? Then we've got 6 gift tags, all matching the prints. So £24.99. Don't forget, when you get your instructions, the Amber Makes website is on there. You can go onto our website, click on the video tutorial, and then you can see exactly how to do it. Right, shall I move over? Bag making. Right, so, oh, the red one sold out. Well, we won't start with that one then. Is that part of it? Don't know. Got a pink one. I prefer it in the pink. So we've got the cute Cambridge. I mean, this is gorgeous. It's like one of those beautiful little leather satchels. It's really lovely, isn't it? But the kit that I've got here is in the lilac. So what do you get? You get loads in this kit. So in the kit, you get all of the pieces, and they've all got holes. They've all got holes punched in them already. You get all the pieces. You get the thread, 2 needles, and a little screwdriver. Oh, is that to sew in the feet on the bottom? Oh, hang on, my ears are falling out. And the strap. So it's got everything. So all you need to make this bag is the kit, some sewing clips, and some glue. And that really is it. And it is just all saddle stitched together. Really, have you? Charlie's made one of these. That's very impressive. It was so easy to do. Look at that. Didn't even have the instructions, he just made it. That's amazing. So all the instructions in here are in here of exactly how to do it. Even loads and loads and loads of pictures. And everything you need, except for some glue, is in here. I love that colour as well, isn't it? This is lilac, it's not pink. What colour did you make then, Charlie? Oh, did you? All right. So this... It's gorgeous though, isn't it? It's just a little satchel, the cute Cambridge. So if you want the lilac one, I think for $39.99. Now this is brilliant for spring, summer, isn't it? And it's lovely, isn't it? Because it's the sort of bag, you know, when you're going out for the evening and you just want to just put a few things in there. And you see, it's so easy that even Charlie made one for his girlfriend, and people even ask her where she got it from. And she says, I bought it from a really expensive boutique. She doesn't admit that he made it, just in case. It's all PU. So it's not leather for vegetarians. It's all PU. But it's lovely. I love this colour, is lovely. Nice. It would go with all sort of floral items, wouldn't it? So $39.99. Quite a nice project to do as well. Quite a nice gift. So if you like gifting people kits, this is a lovely kit to give someone, because they would love the finished thing, wouldn't they? Because it does come together really, really quickly. But I think that is a nice gift, because that's it. That's all they need, isn't it? It's all in there. But I'll leave that there with you. Let's do. Oh no, have we got these? Right, I love this set because you get both in it. So if you're making a handbag and you want a nice strap, this is ideal because you get 2 in here. The straps all come with the lobster clasp on the end, so you can attach them to D-rings that are on the bag. They also come with the slider so that you can adjust it. And on this side, they're also very like satiny, silky smooth. They're like Aztec design. And then on this side, you've got like a cricket stripe in pink and brown. Now that's just one, but you also get in the same pack the zebra on both sides. So again, they've got these toggle clasps so that you can attach them to D-rings. They've got a slider so you can adjust it. So these are perfect if you love bag making. But also, if you've got a bag already, or maybe you've got a camera case or something, and you want to zhuzh it up a bit. You want to update it. You want to change the strap. Or maybe you just think, well, I've got an outfit that would go better with. You can attach it to that. Even if you've got, you know, something as simple as like a cotton tote bag, you could just put D-rings on that with a fabric tab and then attach this strap, and it's suddenly amazing, because quite often when you see these expensive bags, it's all in the strap, isn't it? And having that as the detail. So for £24.99, that's me. See, and look, that's not even at full length. So that comes down now to waist, but you can make it longer and shorter. But you can really update bags that you've got already. So if you've got a bag that's just got a plain fabric strap, all you need, because these are because they're lobster clasps, they will just attach to a D-ring. I think that's a fantastic price. Both of them, yeah, that's not one, that's both. You get both of them in a bag sent to you like that. Outrageous. Let's do some PU, because we've got some beautiful PU. So basic PU is, does it stand for polyurethane? I don't know. It's faux leather, basically. Pleather. The pleasure of pleather. Oh, that's quite difficult to say, actually. We've got some fantastic colours and prints here. So this is perfect for bag making. Obviously, there are other things you can make with it, but it's ideal for bag making. You can dress make with it, though. Imagine a skirt in that. So let's start at the top. Now, all of these PUs are wide. What's the width of this one? Is it 150? I don't know if you knew, otherwise I'd measure it. Well, I can't because I've lost my tape measure. I had that early. Oh, there it is. So I'm sure I had that early. I think it's gold, but it's a very soft gold. Do you want the code? Yeah, that is right, yeah. So the width, now this is sold by the ½ metre, which means that if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. 28, so this is 56. Yeah, 56 inches wide. That is wide. So if you want more than that, so if you're making a massive weekend bag or a whole coat, you can, if you order more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a cut piece. £6.99. Let me hold it up and show you. £6.99 for ½ metre. And that is gorgeous, isn't it? Can you see the shimmer on it? It's like a really luxurious, a soft gold. It's not your really yellowy gold. It almost looks a bit rosy gold, doesn't it? It's got a slight pink tinge to it. Isn't that gorgeous? Only £6.99. You can see what a nice flexible drape it's got to it as well. So it is perfect for bag making, but have a think if you want to do dressmaking with it, maybe making like an A-line skirt. I think that would be nice. Or a gold pinafore. Or I tell you what this is really good for is fancy dress, or, you know, kids when they have to have costumes. You'll know when you need some gold PU, you know what you'll need it for. So that's the gold PU. We've also got to look at this blue one. This is blue metallic. Again, 56 inches wide, available by the ½ metre. Do you want the code, Ben? It is XCLJ21. Isn't that lovely? Like blue metallic. Oh, I like that. Imagine a whole weekend bag out of that. Or rucksack, would look lovely with rucksack. And the good thing about this PU, as you've seen quite often, you can mix and match it with print fabrics as well. So you can make yourself like a little backpack with this, but then make the pockets in a print fabric to go with it. Really, really expensive. £7.99 for a ½ metre. Because that is really in, isn't it? The whole PU look, but it looks lovely with print fabric, and you can mix and match, and it doesn't fray either. As far as needles go, you can use a leather needle, use a sharps needle. You can use a normal needle. Universal is fine if that's all you've got, but if you've got specific needles, I'd go for a sharps just to get through it. You could embroider onto it, but remember that the holes will not remove. So once you sew onto it, then the holes are there. So instead of using pins, use fabric clips. And just think about the sewing. You can unpick it, obviously, but the holes will stay there. But it doesn't fray. Even better. Now, we've got more in baskets than we've got of this beautiful cobalt fabric. And there's a lot of you who are multi-buying, so buying like 1.5 meters or 2 meters from it. But I would make like a little backpack. That would be gorgeous. Or if you make to sell, or if you do fates, how about lots of little pencil cases with it? Pencil cases for everybody with their names on would be very nice. Because that is very extra special. Or if you're going to a nice event, little evening bag, just that size in there. Lovely, wouldn't it? Zip across the top. That would be nice. I'm going to go through all the funky colours. Right, how about silver? Got silver. There we go. And it's a really delicate silver. It actually looks like if you have a piece of silver jewellery rather than the silver, the colour, that's what it looks like. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that colour. It's strange, isn't it? I wonder why they've got the background as a green. That's just the backing of it. Because you've obviously got the back fabric and then the metallic PU is bonded on top. But it is a very pretty silver. So if you were using it as an accent for something else, it's not a black silver. £6.99. And remember, if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. Right, I want to get through all of these colours. Which one should I get? Oh, I like this pink. That's lovely. That's like a rosy coloured pink. What's it called? Oh, it's just called pink. Oh, you see, now I'd have called that vintage rose or dusky pink. But again, I've seen before, this must have been when we were on Sewing Quarter, we made a little jacket from this. It was beautiful because it's very soft. It's got a really nice drape to it. But it was a little jacket with no fastenings, but absolutely gorgeous. But it's got a nice drape, so you can use it for making jackets, not just bags. Trousers. Pink PU trousers. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? So that's that, but there is another pink. So I'm going to get the other one. Oh, no, that's canvas. Let's not look at that one. Confused. How about mustard? Oh, I love that. Now I'm thinking, how about two-tone? So if you're making something with PU, no, we haven't got a navy, but we've got a grey. So how about if you're making something, if you've got the pattern, do it in stripes, that whole colour block thing. That's nice, isn't it? So if you were making a backpack, you could have the main backpack this and the pockets in this, or you could just join it all together in stripes, and then cut it out. But that's lovely together. So that's the mustard one. Gorgeous. Looks lovely with navy. We haven't got any navy at the moment, but we have got grey, which it looks nice with. So that's the mustard. I'm going to rush through these now so that we don't miss out on them. We've also got it in grey, and this is a nice slate grey. What's the code on this one? I don't even know what that doesn't even... Oh, it is 79, IBLJ79. Like a slate grey. So again, just a bit softer than the black. This would go, if you're thinking of putting two colours together, goes lovely with pink. Very nice. Or with silver. Lovely with the silver. £7.99. Silver. Nice. That's the grey. Then we've also got, this is like conker. This is like your proper traditional leather colour. This one ends in 31. So that's if you want that real proper saddle colour. Is it called saddle? Tan. It's not tan, it's saddle. Lovely for making your own shoes. Shoes. Imagine making shoes. Well, you can make some clogs with it. But again, think about bag making, it would obviously make a lovely little satchel, but also clothing. It is beautiful. There's nothing, there's no stretch in it at all. No. Right, and then we've got black. Black, very, very matte black as well. £6.99, half a metre. Right, I've also got chocolate brown. Is it called, now this is plain chocolate rather than milk chocolate. This is your Bourneville, the brands are available. Dark brown. I'm going to relabel these. This should have been saddle. This one is 70% cocoa solids, isn't it? It's not your milk chocolate. It's definitely a 70% cocoa solids. Right. The next one is roasted aubergine. Because you know when you roast an aubergine, they go a bit darker. Wine! No, it's roasted aubergine. You see, if I was going to call it wine, I'd call it Merlot. Or, Saint-Emilion, you know? I feel it's a Chateauneuf de Pape, this, isn't it? It's definitely not limoncello. But I think it's roasted aubergine. That's a gorgeous colour. It's very soft. It's very soft. Well, you know what colour it is. It's a very, very deep, plummy, aubergine burgundy colour. And then we have red. This is tomato ketchup. Oh, actually, I don't know. It's not as orange as a tomato ketchup. It's cherry tomato. Red. I think, you know when you get those cherry tomatoes on the vine, the ones that are really expensive and come in a special box, ridiculous, you only get 6 of them. It's that sort of colour. I never buy those, I like to say, ridiculous. They do taste nice, they're quite sweet, but they seem to cost so much because they come on a vine. But that's the colour of them, cherry tomatoes on the vine. And it sounds nicer than red as well, doesn't it? And then the last PU is snowflake, isn't it? Because it's not ivory even, it really is white. No. It's called ivory. Oh, that's really funny. I said, it's definitely not ivory. Well, that's what they've called it. Well, look, do you know what? Ben, stop giggling. It's definitely not ivory. Look, see, this side is like ivory. I think this is more snowflake. No, I couldn't have said that at a better time. Just as he read it, I went, it's definitely not ivory. It's more, no, it's white. It is white. But how about those two? I've got a PU coat in white and red stripes and I absolutely love it. The problem is it makes you really sweat. You can barely breathe, it gets so hot. But it's a beautiful coat. But isn't that lovely together? Hi Rebecca, I've got the 720 Pro. I've never used the Pro plate. Can you tell me what you were using it for the 1/4 inch? What foot? Well, it comes with it has its own special foot. If you go into the manual, Christine, there is a special foot that you use with the HP plate. So look in the manual and it'll tell you which one. And it amazingly is, I don't know whether it is a 1/4 inch, but it's 1/4 inch wide. So it's fantastic. So you use it for the 1/4 inch, put the HP plate on. It's like being on the motorway without speed cameras. Or 4 a.m. in the morning. We don't condone speeding, but on a sewing machine, you won't get arrested. So that's always good. Right, I'm just going to do canvas very quickly. Right, and I'm going to start with my favourite one. This is Kingfisher, isn't that? The national bird of Redditch. She says that every time. It's like a very deep teal, but it's the colour of the kingfisher. If you watch that David Attenborough's Wild Britain's brilliant. They had on in the episode 1. He's a national treasure, isn't he? They had kingfishers on that episode 1. This is the colour. Now this is amazing, right? This is canvas, but it's not your super thick like yachting canvas. It's just, it's thicker than cotton fabric, but it has a bit of a nice drape to it. Lovely for dressmaking, dresses, pinafores, skirts, really nice for that. Even a lightweight jacket, but obviously brilliant for bag making. Now the width of this is, I'll just get my trusty tape measure. It's 27 times 2, 54. Isn't that a beautiful colour? I love that one. So that's Kingfisher. Then we've got Cherry Tomato on the Vine Red. What have they called it? I think, do you know what I'm going to do this evening? I'm going to go into all these colours and change their names. Be quite funny, wouldn't it? Because luckily I have access to the system. So I could go and change all these. So Cherry Tomato on the Vine. So much more interesting than red. Well, also, I think it helps because then if I read that, I'd go, oh, I know exactly what colour that is. I mean, it's fine when it's grey, like this one, but then, you know, there are greys and greys. This is silver grey. Again, it's that nice drop. I'm just going to give it an open out and a little shake for you so you can see that it is weightier than your quilting cotton, but it's not super thick canvas. So therefore, it's really good. You can use it in dressmaking, but it is ideal for bags. Even if you don't make the whole bag in it, if it's just the base section, it's really good for that as well. Obviously, you know, you can do homewares with it. Nice for a tote. We've got jet black, coal black, as black as coal, this is called. Looks lovely with the silver grey and very nice with the cherry tomato red. There we go. I've got some pretty canvases. Oh, I've got white. Now, I would go as far as say this is ivory. I bet it's called white. I bet it is. Oh, it's called ivory. I said I bet it's called white. But this is, what I'm going to show you, is more ivory. So look at it against that. That is definitely white. That's not ivory. I wish, yeah, this had been called white. That would have been funny. But this is more ivory canvas again. And they've actually called that one ivory. Right, we've got two of the canvases, but in a pretty print. Look at these. Remember, with all of the canvases, all of the PUs, everything, because if you see any of our fabrics that say 0.5 metre at the end of them, that means you can buy it in a continuous piece. If it doesn't say that, it is as it is. It means that if you need 5 metres, we will send it, because we have lots of lovely people in the warehouse. They get your order, they get the bolt off the shelf, they cut it to exactly the size you want it, and then they send it off. So you won't get it in individual. That's quite important, isn't it? So now look at this one. How pretty is that? This is crying out for a bit of embroidery. So if you've picked up the stranded cotton that was on the early bird at 8 o'clock, that's still on the system if you want it, you could embroider over this. That's very pretty. It's the same weight canvas of all of the others. So that's mint, cotton canvas print. I would have gone floral. It doesn't even say flowers in the words. This one, same print, stylized floral, but on this one you've got like a very pale ivory pink background with pink flowers. And they've called it sand. Oh, dear. I wouldn't have called it that. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? That's lovely dusky pink, stylised flowers with all the trailing leaves. Oh, somebody's message say the overhead camera isn't giving the great colour. Right, I'm going to hold it up then. Ready? Go. Is that better? There we go. Right, shall I show you the other one again? Well, it's a good job I've given you all those descriptions then. So this is a very, very pale mint background with dusky pink flowers and a darker green leaves. Now, if you want to... Oh, I didn't do the pink and the grey. I've got 2 more. There is. Right, then we've got the pretty marshmallow pink, that is. And then we've got charcoal grey. So the silver grey, and then this one is charcoal grey. Lord only knows what it's. Don't know what they've called this one. No. Have they really? Charcoal. That's amazing. Charcoal and grey. Right, we have got lots of other zips and webbings and items like that that I haven't had time to go through, and Ben will run them all through, but they are on sewingstreet.com. Go on to watch live and you can see it all there. Please check out on anything you've got in your basket, because a lot of this is very low in stock. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time, where we're going to be doing the Elizabeth bag, which is a brand new design, gorgeous kits. One of them is using the Kingfisher canvas. Anyway, so don't go anywhere, I'll see you in a few minutes' time.
This Monday and Tuesday here on Sewing Street, we are doing coronation makes. There's tote bags, there's bunting, there's quilts, there's cushions. In fact, Delphine's coming in to do a special Highland cow cushion, specially for the coronation. I'll be there, make sure you are.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon, and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales. And I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors. So just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Oh, welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, what a great day we've having so far. Oh, let me show you, actually I will do, I'll show you Lucy's quilt. So when she was with us at 9 o'clock, did this beautiful baby blanket with matching cloud cushions and stars. Anyway, in the break she's finished it, so let me show you. Shall I hold it up?
Yeah.
I'll come over here. Look, that's what the grey and blue version is. That's so quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look at the back of it. So if you weren't with us in the 9 o'clock hour, it comes in 3 different versions, the blue, the yellow and the pink. Now, all of them are very dangerously close to selling out. Loads of you have still got them in baskets. If you go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, you can find the kits for them. So you can make the blanket and 3 cushions and bunting as well. And the kits have everything, even the velvet fleece, which is gorgeous. So very dangerously close to selling out, so you need to get checked out on those. But you finished them.
I did. They're not stuffed.
No, but you have
gives
finished.
You the impression. You can see how they're
I know. Well,
stripped
it's amazing
together.
that you've got all of that together. It's gorgeous, beautiful. Oh, the yellow and the grey fleece on their own have sold out already. So the only way you can get this beautiful, this isn't just fleece. This is velvet fleece. The only way you can get it now is in the kits.
And there's still leftovers.
And there's still left over.
Yeah, bits and bobs, yeah.
Wow, fantastic. Brilliant. Right, so we're going to do a bag this time.
We are.
Actually, I'm going to come over. Let's come over to you then with the bag. Tell me about the Elizabeth. So this is the Elizabeth bag. We've got kits of this in, I just cough backwards, in different colourways as well as instructions. So tell me about the bag.
Okay.
I just need to take a drink. I think I've coughed the wrong way around.
This is like the first bag that I probably ever designed, which was early last year now. I wanted this to be more like a handbag style, so something I might take out if I was meeting my girlfriend for a drink, for a coffee, something like that, or to go to work. It does fit a laptop in it. Okay. The idea of this bag is that it changes its shape depending on what you want it for. So most commonly I would normally wear it with the poppers in, and I'll show you how that sort of really changes.
Oh, so you put magnetic clasps to hold it.
That's right, yeah. And they're optional. If you don't want to do that, that's fine.
Oh, no,
but
I like that.
It makes it a really nice little shape.
And then you get that feature fabric.
Yeah, that's right. So there's 2 pockets there on the outside too.
Nice. But it looks really pretty, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with it.
Pretty and functional.
Pretty and functional, absolutely. And then on the inside, what we've got is just, well, you've got choices of how much you want to pop into it. But there's a slip pocket that I've divided into 2, and then there's also.
Should we show? Can you see that?
And then there's also a zip pocket as well on the inside.
Oh, so you've got a slip pocket and a zip pocket.
Yeah.
And then 2 pockets on the outside.
Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't it? And I like the fact, so this is the Tilda version.
Yes.
This is one of the kits, I'll show you in a minute. But you've really got that feature fabric, haven't you? And doesn't it look gorgeous with...
It is.
I like the, look, that appeals to me. Look at that top stitch finish. That's nice. No, but it's detail, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love
it does
that
look
detail.
really nice. And just putting a lovely, I mean, that's only a gentle pink colour.
I know, but it makes
a longer stitch,
that's
it really
what
makes
it look
out.
professional.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
like
and
that.
the strap.
And the
Lush.
strap. Love
Really,
the
really
strap.
nice.
Right, let me show you the kits because you've got a choice as well. This is probably my favourite bit though. I love the fact that you can do that. Because like you say, you start off small and then as you buy more stuff...
Which I do. Always.
Then you put that on.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Right, let me show you the different colourways. I'll move over here. So I'm going to start with that one. So what you've got in your kit, now this is really, really good value for money. Value for money alert. This is only £29.99. You wait till you see what you get in. Well, instructions kind of important, and I'll get Lucy to go through those in a moment for you, but everything is in here. You need instructions, measurement table, you've got photos, all the details. Isn't that lovely? And all the pattern pieces. And what's great about these is because, you know, you never cut them out of your booklet anyway, is you can just put like plain paper on top of here and trace around them, or even greaseproof paper. That's what I always do. A roll of greaseproof paper, then you can't make your cakes. But just trace around them, then you've got them to keep. So just trace around, you've got all the templates. So there's no measuring, it's just pin it on and cut round it, which is lovely. So that you get the instructions. Now then you get the cotton canvas. Now if you were with me in the last hour, we were talking about the cotton canvas. It's heavier weight than obviously normal quilting cotton, but it's not like super thick canvas. It's got a nice drape to it, which is lovely. Now this is like your natural seeded canvas. So it's got, can you see, I know this shows on the overhead, you've got like a natural fleck to it. So you get ½ metre of that. That's obviously for the main bag. Then this is where you get your highlight fabrics. So we've got Tilda fabrics. So there's a fat quarter of that one. I'm like feeling it. I think that's a fat quarter. That's ½ metre.
Yeah.
Because that's used for the inside.
No, that one's used for the inside pocket and the lining of that
pocket.
pocket.
Okay. And then this one, that's used for the lining of the bag. That's ½ metre. Yes. So you could swap them over. You could choose which one you had for which, couldn't you? And that one Lucy's used for the lining of the bag, but you can choose how you do them. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's called Whimsy Flower Rust. So in there, that's why I'm saying £29.99, you've got 2½ metres and a fat quarter of Tilda. You've got ½ metre of this gorgeous canvas, which has got a really lovely softness to it, and it's really nice in this natural fleck. It makes these fabrics really stand out. And then you've got the instructions. So that's that one. Now the one that Lucy's going to be demonstrating with, so you'll be able to see how it works, this is Cafe and Denim. They should have called it Cafe and Denim. Cafe and Denim, what have they called it? Well, Cave Cool Denim, yeah, okay. So, instructions. Now the main body of the bag is in the denim. Now this is a nice weight. It's not your super stiff jeans weight, or you're really light. It's a medium weight. I think it's 4 ounce.
It's 8.
Is it 8?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's nice, isn't it? Because it's not super thick.
Yeah.
But it's got enough body.
Just helps give a little bit of structure.
A little bit of structure. So we use this a lot in dressmaking actually. So this is an 8 ounce. But this is in kind of your medium blue denim. And I always love denim in a bag. I think that's why I collect jeans. It looks lovely. And then we've got a fat quarter of this cave. I'm going to open this one up because it's so lovely. This is one of my favourite ones, the feathers. I bet I'm looking forward to seeing what the bag looks like. So you're getting a fat quarter of that one with all the feathers on it, and then you get ½ metre of each of these. So you can choose which one of these you use for the lining and which one you use for the outside and the inside pockets. I'm going to turn those around. So you've got darker feathers, and then you've got ½ metre. So you've got a lot of fabric here, with a lovely dusky pink background. So these are all from Kate's cool colour palette collection. And then the denim, and I think it works beautifully with the denim. And then obviously full instructions. So that's the cool Cafe and Denim. And then this one. This is Liberty. This has been so popular on pre-orders, just wore stock. Amazing value for money alert. Full instructions, obviously. Now, the main fabric, the feature fabric on the main bag is this charcoal slate canvas. Then you get you get the fat quarter of this one that you use for the outside pocket. And doesn't that look gorgeous together? That's really lovely, isn't it? Then you get 2½ metres, so you know you can choose. So you've got this one. I would use this one for the lining because you'd see more of it. That's beautiful. I wonder what that one's called because they look like specifically.
½ metre?
That's ½ metre. This one is Cafe and this one is Liberty. So we've got a mixture here. That's definitely Liberty. So that one is Liberty. This one is Cave, but don't the colours match gorgeous beautifully because you've got that grey in the background?
You could do that one on this outer front pocket and the lining. That would be enough.
Okay. So you can choose. And then what you've got here is a nice sort of colour wash one that features that teal. So in this one, you've got Cave, Liberty, you've got a feature colour wash, and you've got the slate, and you've got the instructions. $29.99. That's loads, isn't it? We've also got the instructions on their own. So if you want to use your own fabric, we've got the instructions just on their own here. $9.99. Now I like this picture on the back where you've got all of the bits and pieces. I always like to see that because then I can see what can I actually get in my bag. But look at all the pockets you've got. But it looks lovely, doesn't it? Particularly because when you've got it open like that, you know, all the lining fabrics that we've put in the kits are really gorgeous prints, but you'll really be able to see them in there. Love that picture. Right, we'll go over to the demo now. Now we have got a lot of, because the straps aren't in the bag, in the kit, but we've got a lot of them here for you to choose from, different ones. So we'll go through those later, but just so you know that they're not in the kit, but we have got some that you can buy here. So, Lucy, tell me about the design first.
Okay, so a couple of things just to mention, because I don't want to forget. First of all, there is a full step-by-step tutorial of how to make this bag on YouTube.
Brilliant.
So if you just head to my site and have a look on there, you can just have a slow walk through with me.
Oh, well, that's nice. And I guess the details for that are in here.
Yeah. Oh,
well, for
no, they're not actually.
But
no.
for your website.
But yeah, absolutely. It will navigate you there. So just search So Pretty, So Mindful on YouTube and you'll see it there.
Then you'll be able to find the full tutorial.
Absolutely.
That's important.
And the second thing hand in hand with that is I put a video on YouTube yesterday that talks about interfacings. It's a whole 15-minute tutorial all about interfacings and what they do, what their properties are, and how they will make your garment item change. So I purposely don't necessarily talk about interfacings in this bag because I want you to choose. Now, I'm going to be using the H640 today, and if I'm truthful, that would be my go-to product for the Elizabeth bag.
And why is that then?
Just because it gives it enough squidge. So interfacing, so we're all about the squidge really, aren't we? So interfacing alone will make it quite a floppy bag, okay? One that will fold up, which is probably not what we want for this bag. Interfacing's got a place on the pockets and giving the pockets a bit of extra durability and strength. But in terms of the actual body of the bag, I'm going to be putting H640 in.
And how much do you need for the bag?
Half a metre.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got that here. If you bought the kit and you want to buy the H640 is a wadding that's fusible, but it's a really, really good quality wadding that's fusible.
It's lovely, yes.
But it does help. So we have got that here if you want that one.
And what I've done on my video is I've taken 3 of the main products, which is your interfacings, your H640 and the Bosal foams that you all sell here, and I've compared them all like for like, making exactly the same thing. So you can see what they're going to do.
So that's
when they're
that
put together.
piece there, that's a metre. So that's enough for 2.
Yes.
Because you only need half a metre.
That's correct.
So that's what Lucy has used. So it's a fusible wadding, but it's great because you can use some for the bag, then you've got enough to make a cushion later as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to mention those things too.
Brilliant.
Elizabeth, why is it called Elizabeth? Because it's my gran's name. And anybody that knows me and follows me knows that I'm always rabbiting on about my gran and the impact that she had on my life. So, and of course, I do write my tale to tell in here, in every instruction booklet. I write a little story about a bit of the past, and that is very much about
Well,
my
I always
gran.
like to know the story behind something because there's always something that's inspired you, or there's a reason to do something, and that's lovely, isn't it?
So that's what that is there. Okay, so would you like me to
Yes,
make
let's start,
away?
yeah. Well, I really want to see it in this denim cave. I think that's gorgeous.
Me too. Now, in bag making, we might normally use a lighter version of the denim, but I was actually quite insistent. I wanted that heavyweight because I think it's just going to really hold up when we're using it over a period of time. And coupled with the H640, it's got a real nice structure and strength behind it. So we'll get to that. Now, just to let you know, the H640 has been bonded to the lining pieces, okay? But we'll come to that very shortly. The outside of the bag on the front is where most of the detail is, in a way, because we've obviously got the pockets to add, but I have already made the reverse. So let me show you. So the back of the bag, this is what we're looking to achieve.
Oh, and that's where you get that nice top stitch.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
It's just a detail, isn't it? But it makes such a difference. I like it.
So the pocket that we're going to put on the front, you could prospectively do the same on the reverse too if you wish to do so. It's just a case about getting yourself organised and layering things up. So we have 4 of these side panels with the front and the back too, and then we've got darts on the side that creates that little bit of curve and shape. So we're going to put a dart in just over here. This one's already done for you, and you can see I've already started some of the hardware as well. But we're going to start with these pockets. So the centre panel, this piece that's just here on the front, we're going to build that. So we've got a base piece here, which will become a fix for that eventually. Pardon?
It looks like a pinafore.
It does, yeah. I love denim. This is going to be the under pocket. Now what I've done with this is, so this is the one pocket here. This is what we're looking to achieve ultimately. So I've just applied interfacing to one piece. Again, if you want it to be even sturdier, you can add another layer to this other piece, but it's not really necessary.
So if you didn't put the interfacing on it, would it be a bit too floppy?
It's just going to be a lot softer. Now, bearing in mind these pockets, and you're only going by my word, I use them a lot because I slip my phone in.
Yeah, so you do, it is worth having.
If I make something, I do want it to last a little bit more than a few weeks.
I know, but it's better, you know, because with some things, it's like optional, you don't need to, but it does make you do need to put the interfacing. Yeah. We do have the interfacing, there's loads here. This is a metre square pack, you won't need as much as this, but if you don't have any, it'll be very frustrating then to make it really inexpensive but worth keeping in your supply. You know, and it's always good to know that there's no point in saying, oh, you don't need it if you do, because you won't get that structure without. And also because Lucy's made it using obviously the fabrics that you'll get in your kit. Can you put that one in then? Oh, it is, have you got it? There we go, £3.99, it's medium weight, and that's the weight that you'll need for that. So you just press that onto the wrong side. So have you got any tips for pressing this on?
Yes, absolutely. Again, all in my video, but let me just grab my scissors so I can talk and work. I'm just going to reduce the seam allowance down quite close to that stitch row. If you don't feel comfortable with that, just do your little V snips in instead. I'm just going to cut it down. Now, manufacturer's instructions would say to lay your fabric down with the right side of your fabric facing your desk. So you're looking at the wrong side of your fabric, then laying the interfacing on the top with the gluey, bobbly side facing your fabric, and then you'd fuse for as many seconds or thereabouts as it says down the selve edge or on your packet of the interfacing. Now, I don't do it that way.
No, I don't do it that way. That seems madness.
I don't.
Well, I've done it that way and ruined my iron.
Well, this is the exact reason why I don't do it, because I've made too many errors. So now, and I think over time, you get better at what you're doing anyway.
I know, but that's interesting that I didn't realise that.
Yeah, unless I've misunderstood something. But what I do is I turn it over so it's the opposite way around, so the fabric is facing me.
No, you're right, it does say that. It absolutely does.
I just gently press the iron to start working it into place. Then I trim my item down to get rid of any excess fusible materials around the edge, and then I flip it over so I'm then looking at the fusible component and then sewing from that side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Watch the video.
No, it does make sense.
But that's definitely how I do it. So that's our pocket just done very quickly. So it's just right side to right side. We've got this lovely shape here. I would encourage you to start from this end. Rather than this tall pointy end. I just always think that, I mean, it probably wouldn't have happened today, but it might well just chew up just there. So I start here so it's not such a sharp angle, and then work my way around. And then I'm going to take it to the machine and I'm just going to top stitch. So I'm going to increase my length to a 3. It's up to you whether you prefer a 3.5. And I'm just going to sew a couple of millimetres away from the uppermost edge. No need to reverse. And then the same process applies to the under pocket, so the one that's on the bottom, if you like. I'm going to call that under pocket for now. Okay, so now we take our middle panel, which I've interfaced. So all of the denim, if you like, has been interfaced. My pockets have been interfaced. The lining has got the bosal on, not the bosal, the H640. So this one's been done in exactly the same way. So now it's just a case of lining them up, the bottom edges together. Now this is up to you what you do next, but apart from clipping it down the sides, what I tend to do is I sew a row of stitching across here, and you might think, why?
Why?
Well, if you don't, when you've made your bag and you're carrying it around, you'll think, well, where has my phone gone?
I always see it, because it goes around the bottom.
But because we're creating a shape, because we're putting those darts in, it's got opportunity to slip what feels like underneath the bag, which we don't want. So obviously we can get our ruler, we can do a chalk mark or a pencil mark, whichever we prefer, and sew up. I don't remember the measurement exactly, but I'm not going to worry. I'm just going to...
It's all in the instructions, which you'll get with the kit, so you don't need to know. No, so I'm just going to sew yay far up. Yeah, whatever it says on the instructions.
And then if you wish to do so, you can just base sew all these sides together just to hold as one. I'm not going to. I'm feeling a bit like a rebel now. So what we're just going to do at this moment in time is I'm just going to switch over to complete the darts. So the darts, we've got 8 in total to do, 2 for the front, 2 for the back, and then the same again on the inside. I've taken my snips. Now I didn't bring the pattern piece, so I apologise, but this is the way I transfer my markings. I lay my pattern piece over the top and you'll have the marking. All I do is when my paper piece is there, I tend to just push a little hole, a pin, through the hole where the marking is. Then I just prise the paper away and then I just get some chalk or my pen and just make a little marking there and leave it behind. And then what I do is I just pop a pin in from the other side so I can see it. So I've just transferred it through. Put my snip marks, mark to mark, and finger press it across. Again, it's up to you if you want to make a pencil marking, but we're just going to sew straight down. Now we all have different ways of finishing off a dart. My preferred style in bag making is I stop at the point, I lift my foot and tilt it ever so slightly, and then I tend to reverse back inside the dart to finish and lock it, thus not creating a little bubble.
Okay.
You reading my story?
I'm reading your story, yes, I am. I've got to the church.
You've got to the church?
Yeah. The church bit on your story.
So I'm just going to reverse back at the start of the dart on the outermost edge, up to the point. If anything happens where you go a little bit beyond, don't worry, there's nobody going to be checking this and it won't make any structural difference to what you're doing. So I've got to the end of my point, and now what I'm going to do, like I say, is just lift my foot up, my needle's down, and I'm just going to tip it ever so slightly so that I can reverse back inside the dart and trim.
Right, the cave kit that now I've read the story. It's a lovely story that comes with the instructions. There are only 2 left. The one that Lucy is demonstrating with, there are 2. So 2.
And there we go. So that's the dart.
There are only 2 lucky people left. I love this one.
Just pop out. Oh, good.
Oh, that's nice, because I could one left.
Just pops out. And if you want to, although I've never done it, if I was feeling very fancy, then I would just do some little top stitching. Purely decorative. It's not doing anything. Yeah. Just decorative around that. I always think it looks quite nice.
Well, I think when you look, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. You have to have the Liberty. But the Liberty one, the Liberty one is Cave Liberty. But the Tilda is the next most popular, the cream one.
See the Liberty. Oh, sorry.
Well, the Liberty one is Liberty and Cave.
Well, it's the strap.
Yeah, the strap. Should we talk about straps?
All I'm going to do as we chat is I'm just going to now sew these side panels on. So I've just clipped it to the side. I'm going to sew it, press it across, and then I'm going to top stitch onto the side panel. And that's what I'll do on both sides.
Okay, so I'm going to go through this kit. So the Tilda kit has full instructions. It has 1/2 metre of this beautiful, like a natural seeded canvas, lovely cream, well, ivory colour. And then you get these Tilda fabrics. So you get a fat quarter of this one. This is used on the front pocket, and then you get 1/2 metre of this Tilda one, this green print, and then 1/2 metre of the rust. Now for this one, Lucy's used the green on this pocket and also on the slip pocket inside, and then the rust for the lining, but you could swap them round. It's entirely up to you. Now, talking about straps, so the strap is not in the kit so that you can choose which one you want. Look at this beautiful one. Now we have got this one. The teal one is sold out just this second, as I just talked about it. So the teal one has sold out, so you've obviously all caught that one. But we have got it in black and beige. So instead we've got the same, exactly the same one, but in black. Lovely cotton webbing, £1.99, and that's enough. Yeah, you need 2 of those, I presume. Yeah.
Do you know what you could do with it as well, if you wanted a little pop of colour? Because there will be enough fabric left over. You could make it like a little bias trim and lay it over one side of the strap.
Oh, that's true.
And sew it in,
yes.
like, if you wanted to give it a pop of something.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. So you will need 2 of these. One for each strap. So we've got the black left, and we've also got this one. Now with these webbings, this is OWZW37, you can actually cover these. So you can use the webbing as it is, but what I often do is if you make a fabric tube that's just the tiniest, like an 1/8 of an inch wider, you can thread the webbing through, top stitch through both layers, and then you get a fabric covered strap that's also as strong as a webbing. So there's that one as well. So that's the Tilda one, and then if you want a cave one, the one that Lucy's doing, the denim and the cave one, is sold out. But if you want a bit of cave and Liberty, this is gorgeous. So you've got this lovely slate grey canvas as the main fabric. Then you get the fat quarter of Liberty that's used for the outside pocket in this really pretty teal. That's from Lincoln Fields. Have you been there? That's so nice, isn't it? Then we've got 1/2 metre of cave. What are these leaves? They look like something specific, don't they? Don't know, specific. Is it like nasturtium or something? It's not cabbage. I don't know. They look like a specific shape. Anyway, so that's beautiful cave, and it's lovely because it picks up the pale grey that's in the canvas, and then it picks up the teal here, and then you get 1/2 metre of the mottled teal. So in this bag, it's gorgeous because you've got all these beautiful teals. So I would use this one in the pocket, and I'd have that for the lining. How lovely is that? And then you've got that little pop of Liberty on the front. So £29.99, amazing. So the cave with the denim is sold out, but we still have a few, and I mean a few, of the Tilda one left and this cave and Liberty one. Right, I'll stop talking now.
Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm just completing, I've got a faulty washer.
Pardon?
The washer's only got one slot in it. So I'm just completing by putting the...
Never seen one. That was a Friday washer.
A Friday washer?
Yeah, anything's made on a Friday.
Okay.
Right.
So then what we've got is the magnetic closure. So I've already put the females onto the other panel over here already. So now I'm going to just put the male parts on. So all we need to do is pop your washer over where it needs to be. The markings on your pattern piece.
I said that on the other day, and Stuart said to me, how do you tell the difference between the females and the males?
Oh dear.
I said the males are less attractive.
Oh wow. I remember the first time.
I thought that was a really mean question.
The first time I was ever on with John, I did go on to explain, and yeah.
I just went. I said the males are just less attractive and can only do one thing at once.
Yeah. Okay.
So
we're just going to cut a couple of slots through there and push that through. I always add a little bit of extra to the back of my fabric, so any spare interfacing you've got, or H640, anything that's just going to provide that extra layer of strength behind the product. And then you're just going to pop the washer over the top. I am going to use the one that I've got, albeit...
Not the one with the one-hold washer.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to problem solve it. It's a problem.
It's just never going to work, is it?
No.
Well, I guess you could keep. I don't know.
Or I could just not worry, and I'm just going to fold it outwards. Obviously, that wouldn't be the solution, but in order to move,
it'll be seeing fine. As you don't have a hole in the washer,
it'll be fine.
That's just typical, though, isn't it?
That's fine. So then that, to all intents and purposes, is done. Apart from we need to add the straps on, which I'm going to come back to, so we can focus on the inside of the bag, which is lovely and exciting. So the inside of the bag, what we've got here are these. I mean, look at that, fabulous, isn't it? Explosion of colour. That's
fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can see now I've got my H640 on that already. On your pattern pieces, if you, that are inside your booklet, I have put all placement lines for all the pockets and things like that. If you wish to follow, or just go your own way, that's totally fine. So I'm going to quickly sew these two darts up on here, as already shown. So again, I've just popped a pin through just to show where it needs to be. If it's slightly out, nothing terrible is going to happen. The important thing is that we get these two dart snips in the right place, really. But if it ended a little bit further up or anything, it won't be any great bother. So I'm going to start in a little bit, needle down, and I'm going to reverse back to the edge on this occasion because I don't want it to chew up. And then, now I have just pushed my pin back out again, so I'm not going to chew the head at all. Up to the point, needle down to finish, tip, and reverse back within that dart just to finish. And then we'll complete the second one as well. And then we've got all of that little bit done. It's a beautiful bag. It might look like there's an awful lot there, but again, I don't know, maybe I've just been making this too long, I don't know, but they don't take that long to make. And it's nice that it's a bit like a builder bag. You can do as much or as little in it as you want, really.
Well, like you say, if you've got a bit of time and you want to put some top stitching on it, you can. And like you've used different coloured threads. And I guess in the instructions it says everything you need. So you are going to need magnetic clasps. These are very important.
Yeah, you need 3.
Because you need 3. 1 for the inside and 2 for the outside. So we have got these here. Are they different colours? Ah, right, they are different colours. You can choose between gold and silver. So this one is 01. That's gold. 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 Right, $2.99. Now there's 1 snap in there. You will need 3. Because obviously you'll need 1 for the inside and then 2 for, I mean, you don't have to put the ones on the outside if you don't want to, but it is a really nice little touch. So you need 3 of those. That's in gold. And if you want them in silver, we have those too. Depending on which kit you've got or which colour. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it is gold. It's not really super bright gold. It just depends which colour you fancy. So $2.99 each, but you will need 3.
I really like the gold fastenings.
I know, I haven't seen the gold ones before.
Yeah, I did get weirdly excited.
Yeah, no, I've not seen those. They're lovely, aren't they? I love a magnetic snap.
So I'm just now doing the inside slip pocket. For the one I'm making today, I'm not going to be doing the zip pocket as shown in the other.
Right.
However, if you feel like you need a bit of extra support with that, I've got a separate video, because obviously it's transferable across all of your bag patterns, on how to just do a letterbox pocket. So I'm going to leave a little hole for turning. And then I'm just going to trim off the corners diagonally, close to but not through those stitches. I often think, how many times have I written those words? Close to but not through.
I do.
Close to but not through.
Taking care not to snip the stitches. Oh dear.
Yes. Do as I say, not as I do.
But if you have done that, just go back and stitch over them all over again.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're just going to pop this out. Now, when we do a zip pocket, and I obviously do cover this in the instructions, if you choose to do this element, what you need to do is do your zip pocket first, and then when it's all in place down here, I then take the pocket here, I literally lift it up and I pin it here to keep it well out of the way while we're attaching this. Else we're just going to go and sew straight through the zip pocket, thus making it redundant.
That's quite annoying.
Yes. So just pushing that through, get those corners out and give it a lovely press. And then we'll be sewing this into your bag lining. Now I always tend to do a dividing line down this, so making it 2 pockets, I suppose. But if you would prefer to keep it as 1, then that's totally fine. I didn't bring my pusher outer thing.
Your pokey tool.
No pokey pokey. That's all right. Just be careful. And on my head be it if I go through. There are loads of examples of this Elizabeth bag on Instagram.
Oh, are there?
That different people have made. There are loads
Oh, well,
of
that's
them.
nice. So you can get a real idea of different things you can do. Because obviously once you've bought your kit, you've still got the pattern, so you can make more.
Honestly, you're going to make this, you won't make it once. You won't. So there's my hole. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that for this moment in time, and I'm just going to do a row of top stitching along here, purely decorative. If you've got fancy stitches you want to do, you could go along with that. I've never been one for fancy stitches. I'm very boring.
I do, because I think my machine's got all of them and I'm going to use them. So I've become a bit of a mission. I've even got, there's lines, washing lines and all sorts on mine.
Very nice.
Rows of needles and threads, and I don't normally do it, but I am on a mission. I'm going to use these. And it's because I top stitch all the time and don't use decorative stitches, which is madness, isn't it?
So I've just finger pressed that in half to find my midpoint, and then I'm just going to gently find the midpoint here as well, just with a little press, and then I'm going to place that on top. I'm clearly into measuring things, can you tell? And just layer it across. I'm going to do it a little bit higher because I haven't got that zip there, otherwise it just come down a little. And then, you know, I would recommend you get your ruler out here if you want to do that midpoint stitch line, or maybe you want to do like a pen slot or whichever. I'm going to eyeball it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the top right, I'm going to work my way down, across to the midpoint, up, across one stitch, back down, across and up, and that'll close off the little hole that we've got at the same time. A couple of reverse stitches at the start. Remember, needle down every time we pivot anywhere. So I've got a little shadow line I can just follow now. I always like to do one stitch, I don't know why. Straight down. And then we're going to be attaching some handles next.
Okay.
Which is very exciting.
Well, it's all coming together now. I like the way you can put all these pockets on. I guess you could put a pocket on the other side as well. You could have loads.
You absolutely could, yeah. It could be, yeah. Go on,
That's, I think, the best thing about making your own bag is that you can make it to suit you.
Well, you know what you want from your product.
What you want to actually carry.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's that. So the inside is now complete. Okay, so I'm just going to return back to this one, and I'm going to start adding my handles to this now. So I have put a recommended length down, but it's a very personal thing. I'm aware I'm only 5'1", and I like to carry my bag just there. But if you do prefer it to be longer, then think about it. Just grab your handle, pop it over your body like so, and then you just manipulate it where you want it, where you think it's right for you. Cut it, and then take that as your measurement to do your second one. So how long do I want it? I do like them short, so I'm gonna go yay big, and that'll be fine. This is my own strap. Just one I grabbed out of my own stash.
But like I say, you know, you can either, we've got some here, or you can cover them, and that's quite nice.
It is.
If you can't find the right colour, then just cover them with a fabric tube.
So I'm just going to pop that edge to edge now. I always like to set it in from this curved edge by 1 centimetre, which is my seam allowance, meaning that when I go to trim the corners down later on, I won't be cutting any of the strap or weakening any of the stitch areas. So I'm just going to sew that across now. I'm going to reduce my stitch length as well, 2.2, and I like to do a couple of rows here. Obviously it's going to be an area of pressure, so we'll just go over a couple of times. And it'll all get hidden later anyway. Just be mindful that you don't twist your straps as you go. Starting to feel like a bag. Get that one in. So that's 3 rows of stitching that's now had. And then it's going to get another row when it's top stitched at the end. So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring the 2 outside panels together. So right side to right side, Start at the top and give it a little clip together. If you don't use clips, well, first of all, why not? Because they're amazing. But use your pins. Just make sure your little darts go in opposite directions so that they nest really nice and well. I always do those bits next as I go along. Do you use the clips?
Yes, I use pins and clips, but if it gets too much for a pin, I always go clips.
Yeah.
Lovely. We have got clips. We've got clover clips.
And then when that's done, just pop
and you
a
get
couple
50 in here,
side.
which will last you for ages. I've got some of these, and I like the box that they're in as well.
Yeah.
They have come in a really nice box. So $29.99, you get 50 there, but the box is great because it keeps them all in there, but they are lovely. And if you're using, if you're using fabric that will mark, like a PU, you'll need to use clips. If you're using a heavyweight fabric like this denim, clips are better. And if you're doing something where you want to clip from one side but sew from the other, if you do that with pins, you have to take the pins out and move them over, but with clips, so like if you're binding the edge of a quilt, for example, and you've sewn it to one side, but then you want to turn it over to the other side to stitch it down, if you clip it round the edge, you can clip it from the right side and sew from the wrong side. So they are one of the best things. They're also really good for packets of crisps, coffee, holding them closed.
Other essentials.
Clipping your microphone cable to the back of your pinafore, they're really good for. All sorts. Fabric clips are great for many things.
I've just had this awesome idea, which is, we're just going to do the same with the lining, whilst we're talking about clips. You were selling earlier on like a tan PU, wasn't you?
Yeah, saddle.
Wouldn't that look gorgeous with the Tilda bundle?
Yeah, it would, yes.
Really nice.
See, they would work really well. So if you get the instructions on their own, $9.99. $9.99. It would look lovely with tan PU. Or
Beautiful.
Silver. Actually, all those colours. If these are very limited, these instructions on your own. Have a look, because you'll see which, because I must have done about 10 different colours of PU. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, all of the items that we've already talked about today are on there. You can then see what we've got left. But like the silver's beautiful, isn't it? And then you could use, if you've got the instructions on your own, get something like that and then have a look at, I bet you've got some beautiful feature fabrics that you can use.
The Hollywort pattern that I made that you sell here, that was made in the black PU with those brown tildes that you've got. The brown.
Oh, the rust coloured ones.
Yeah, it's amazing. Absolutely gorgeous.
So there's so many different things. So once you've got the instructions, whether it's on their own or in the kit, you'll use them time and time again. So have a look. And also, if you've got like little pieces of fabric you haven't used, you want to save, use them for the one like the front pocket on here, because it's a real feature. And then you can add to it. You can put whatever you want for on your bag that suits you as well. Because we all have different pocket needs, don't we? I have many different pocket needs.
We're nearly there. I'm going to finish this.
You are going to finish. You are.
I can't tell you how excited I am, actually.
It's because it's such a lovely bag.
Well, you have to see it. So I've left a little hole. Now, notoriously, I'm going to not have left enough room because that's what I do. So one needs to be the right way, one needs to be the wrong way out. Okay, and then I have to think about this. I tend to slip them. First of all, keep your handles down and out of the way. So this is the back of the bag, of the outside. We need the pockets of the lining to touch the outside back of the bag. So there's my pockets. So I'm now going to slip it all inside.
Oh no! Is it magnetic though?
That's my pins, yeah.
Well, that's good. Because imagine if it wasn't.
Thank you.
And how long that would take to pick them all up.
It's just the excitement taking over. I'm just going to line up the side seams.
The excitement that you nearly finished it. Oh, I've got them all stuck to the bottom as well as the top.
Oh, that's fine. It's super strong.
There we go.
And then I should
caught them all.
be, thank you, then I should be sewing. So actually 5 layers is what the straps get because I'm now going to sew all the way around the top.
Right.
So that's 5 rows of stitching for our little handles. 1 centimetre seam allowance again. Walking foot on, got lots of layers now. regular stitch length. I would be putting in more clips than I'm going to be right now.
But this is where the clips really come in handy because you've got some serious layers now.
Yeah.
But I'm always amazed is that the clips hold just as strongly as a pin.
Oh, they
Which
do,
you wouldn't think. I remember when I first used them thinking, well, they won't because they're clips, but they are amazing. While you say that, I'm going to go through the kits again. So we have got the Tilda kit, which is the bag that Lucy made. So you've got this beautiful Tilda on the front pockets. You've also got the Tilda on the lining and on the slip pocket. I should turn it inside out so you can see. There you go. So you've got it on the slip pocket as well, and then there's enough fabric as well to put it onto the lining of the zip pocket. And isn't that lovely? I always put something nice when I do a postbox pocket. It's lovely when you go in there, you go, oh, that's a nice piece of fabric. So that's the fabric you get for this one. So you get full instructions, you get 1/2 metre of this natural flecked canvas, then you get a fat quarter of this greeny print Tilda, you get 1/2 metre right, there we go. You get 1/2 metre of this green print Tilda, and then you get 1/2 metre of the rust, and that's all in the kit. £29.99 now. We are very low on stock of these now. Way more, not just more, way more, according to Ben, in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you want to get this one, you need to get checked out. And then the final kit is Liberty Cave. And in this one you get obviously full instructions, and you get this slate grey canvas. Then you get a fat quarter of this beautiful teal Tilda, that's the smaller piece for the outside pocket. You get 1/2 metre of this gorgeous Cave grey and teal leaves, and then you get 1/2 metre of this lovely Tilda colour wash. £29.99. Gorgeous colourway, isn't it? That looks absolutely stunning. And if you want instructions on their own, £9.99. Very, 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 like single figures of these. Oh no, they're gone. Can't have the instructions on them. Oh, that nearly fell off the table then. Very savvy shoppers. So there are a very few of the Tilda one and a very few of the Liberty Cave one, and no instructions on their own. We'll have to go home. You have to buy fabric clips. How's it going?
I've turned it all through.
Yes.
How many minutes have I got?
5.
Excellent. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to do it as I would do if I was at home. Push everything out, and I'm going to finish this inside seam. So I'm just going to give it a little pull, a clip, and then I'm going to top stitch. Of course, if you want to be a bit more finesse, then hand stitch, but I am not. So we're just going to stitch along there to close. And then we'll be doing some serious pressing. Yeah, take your time with this because it's going to make the end result so worth it. But oh my God, the inside's just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And I just think it's joy, isn't it? When I line something with beautiful fabric, you think, oh, that's so nice.
Definitely.
You always think, oh, I won't put it on the inside because you can't see it, but actually it's more joyful.
Yeah. So that just needs a jolly good press, and then it would be top stitched all the way around, which I am happy to do.
Look at that, we have a bag.
We do. I'm just going to give it a quick press.
Okay. But once you press it all and top stitch, everything will stay in place.
Oh, absolutely.
So all of you, congratulations to all of you who got this kit, because it did sell out earlier. This is what your bag's going to look like.
I'd be very happy to have this.
Yes, I would.
Hanging in my hallway. And the green one, you know, I can't help but think summer weddings, spring weddings.
Yes.
You know, 'cause if you've got things to carry around.
Well,
you know.
that's it, you see, because when you go out, it's not always a little bag you need, is it? Particularly something like that, because you've got your spare cardigan, your flip-flops in case your shoes are rubbing.
Well,
you know.
the mums with little ones, they've got, you know, just a nappy and a pack of wipes or whatever they want to knit to the loo with. It's just, I mean, I don't know what it's like to travel light. I don't think I ever have
No, I
done.
don't. What if I need it?
Well, to be honest, what's in mine, I don't care where I am, it's my knitting. My sock knitting goes with me. Well, you never know when you're going to be in a queue, do
No,
you?
exactly. I have a special sock
couple of rows
knitting
in.
bag as well.
Yeah. So, would you like me to top stitch?
No, don't worry. Have we got time? We haven't got time for top stitching, have we?
Not necessary.
No, we only got about 3 minutes,
There
so
you go.
don't worry.
Pop it on your shoulders and enjoy. And we can obviously do those poppers as well, so we can see the shape change.
Yes, so look at that. How lovely is that? And then you do up your magnetic snap. Oh, it's nice and warm as well. Look at that. So I know we don't have this kit anymore, but at least it gives you an idea for those of you who are lucky enough to have got it. But isn't that gorgeous? But it gives you an idea, obviously, of what the Tilda and the Cave one will come back with. You've got the darker fabrics, but it's beautiful, isn't it? What a lovely bag. Thank you so much, Lucy.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure. And when are you on with us next?
In April, but I don't remember the date. I feel like
Okay.
it's the 22nd, but I'm not entirely sure.
No, I'm like 20, sometime in April.
Yeah, in
Oh, well,
April.
thank you so much. Thank you for bringing your beautiful bag as well as this one as well. So please do get checked out with all of those items. There are a few of this one, which is the the Cave and Liberty one, and a very few of the Tilda one, which is this bag. So if you go on to sewingstreet.com, click on watch live, then scroll down, you will see what we've got back in stock and what we haven't got in stock, what's sold out. So you can check out, because I know you're all watching on that. Remember, there is a free video tutorial for this if you go onto Lucy's website. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. We are going to talk lighting. So although the clocks went forward, we still need decent lighting for our sewing, don't we? Because now it's dark in the mornings, isn't it? Can't get it both ways. So we're going to talk about lighting and other sewing tools as well. So if you want to know a bit more about lighting, what you can choose from it. Also, the William Morris quilt. Now, we have a very few of these kits left. Also, we're going to reduce the price. But you will have to wait till the next hour for me to tell you what that price is. But this is gorgeous. This is your heirloom quilt. We will be reducing the price. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
This Monday and Tuesday here on Sewing Street, we are doing coronation makes. There's tote bags, there's bunting, there's quilts, there's cushions. In fact, Delphine's coming in to do a special Highland cow cushion, specially for the coronation. I'll be there, make sure you are. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed. And it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we have got two fantastic things in this house. So we've got the quilt, the William Morris quilt, which I've been promising you all morning. It's beautiful. It's really good for selfies. Look, you can just stand there like that. It's amazing, isn't it? What a beautiful thing. So it is made entirely from William Morris prints. So the whole of the star, and even the corner sections, these are William Morris fabric, and the binding. And obviously, the quilt kit doesn't include the backing or the wadding, but it never does it? But you do have the binding. Now, we only have 33 of these kits left, just so you know. And already 11 of them are in baskets. Now, I did promise you there might be a price drop. Okay. So, because I don't know whether we've even got enough for people. So let's get the price in. Now, anyone who's bought them already or it's in your basket, don't you worry, you will always pay the lowest price. So what are we going to say? Oh, £179.99. Wow. So we've got it on 5-way split pay. Look at the price, $35.99. Now, if you've not done split pay before, it is entirely optional. When you check out, they'll ask you, do you want it or not? You pay, it's interest-free, totally interest-free, it doesn't cost you any more, it's just a way of spreading the cost at no extra cost. You pay $35.99 now, you get sent the whole quilt, and then for the next 4 months after that, you pay all the instalments, and you might finish the quilt by the time you pay for it all. $179.99, that's a £70 saving. Should we have a look at the kit? Let's have a look, see what's in it. So it comes in a lovely box, which you have to shake. There is a lot in here. So, full instructions. Now, when I first looked at this, I thought, oh, that must be FPP or EPP. Look at those funny angled shapes. That's going to be really hard, but it isn't. Because look at the look what happens. What you do is you cut the fabrics in strips. You see? Stepped up a bit so they're not all in line, and then you cut the fabric. If you look here with your ruler, you cut it at angles, so all of these rows here, they're like one pieced unit which is cut in steps, so you're not actually sewing together angled fabric, you're sewing it together in strips, which is all set across, and then when you cut across it, that's what makes it. So it is way easier than it looks. Look at the fabric you get in. Now I need to just let you know that the fabric that you will have in yours is there's a few differences, but it is all William Morris, it's all the same colour palette, it's almost the same. Now the fabric that's used, the main fabric, this is the one that's used in all of the big background, that's exactly the same. And then these are the other fabrics you get. So this one, I don't know which ones are different then, that's the binding fabric. This is the plum coloured fabric that's used in the tips of the star, because when you see it, it starts off with these darker brown ochres in the centre, it gets light, and then the tips are coloured, so it really stands out. You get this beautiful ochre foliage, that's right in the centre of the star. That one is there. Yes, do you know what? I don't think you'd even notice. Very, very few slight differences. Gorgeous. It's all the same colour palette. There's just a couple that are slightly different. I love this one. Is that pomegranates? Beautiful. Oh, look at this one you get. I'm going to have to open this one out. This is the hares one. Hares and the strawberry thief. How lovely is that? That's really lovely, isn't it? And in the instructions it tells you exactly which fabrics you put where, so you haven't even got to think about it. It tells you completely which fabrics that you'll put where. And then you've got this lovely large acanthus print, and then you've got this really subtle one that's used in this section here, and finally this one. So the colour palette is just very gentle, isn't it? It's soft teals and browns, very faded colours, and then you've got a little bit of the darker colours that go on the tips of it, and then you've got a little bit of navy as well. So it is so quintessentially William Morris, isn't it? And I mean, obviously I wouldn't say it's not for a complete beginner, but right, now we have less than 30 checked out. And we have that number in baskets as well. So you need to get checked out. So I wouldn't say it was for a beginner. If you've never used a sewing machine, you've never doing cutting, it wouldn't be for a beginner. I mean, you give it a good go. But if you can sew in a straight line, you will need rotary cutter and ruler, but we sell all of that on Sewing Street. But it isn't anything like, when I looked at it, I honestly thought it must be FPP or possibly EPP. They've done it in such a clever way that you are strip piecing and then you are cutting at angles. Now look at that saving. You're saving £70, and because of that we can still put it on the split pay. 5 split pay. So you're only paying $35.99 now. Now look at the size of it. 215. What's that in inches, Ben? Yeah. 84 by 84, that's double bed, that's king size. That is a big quilt, isn't it? I'm thinking, I mean, I obviously you think bed, don't you, when you think quilt, really, but I would hang that on the wall. Because not only does it insulate your walls, it would look beautiful, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Right, we won't be getting it back once it's sold out. Also, just talking about quilting, because I know that's something you think, oh, well, it's probably free motion quilt, I won't be able to do this. It's actually really simple quilting. It hasn't been long arm quilted, it's just been done on a normal machine. It is just rows of quilting, rows of straight lines that echo this. So you've got straight lines here and then diagonal lines going into there. So I imagine what they've done, was how I would do it, is I would draw those lines on using an heat erasable pen and then just sew along them. So all they have done is sewn along the seam lines, can you see here, and then continued that on the plain fabric and done that all the way round. So with these seam lines, that's all it's done. It's very, very, very simple quilting. It is worth treating yourself. It is a beautiful quilt kit. I mean, and with that Fly 5 split pay, I'm thinking $35.99 now. That's lovely on any bed, over a sofa, or just to hang on the wall. And it is William Morris. Absolutely gorgeous. I think the design is beautiful, but it's the fabrics. And the thing is with the William Morris fabrics, it's timeless, it's classic. The colours all go together. If you've got it, when you finished it, do send us a photo. We'd love to see where you. Also, I like to see where people have put them, because I always think I'd love to hang one on a wall. You can get specific quilt hangers that actually just go into the wall, and then you just pop the quilt underneath them. They're like wooden, and that's a really nice way to hang it. But it is particularly I'm thinking on the stairs. I'd love to make a quilt. When you've got that big wall that comes down when you go down the stairs, it'd look amazing on that, wouldn't it? It's just gorgeous. Yeah, my William Morris work of art. But it's just a lovely thing as well, isn't it, to have on your bed? It just looks nice. And I like the weight of a quilt on a bed. Just. I don't know, for some reason, I find I always sleep better with that weight. Just don't know why. Well, there is a thing, isn't there, in the weighted blanket, that they use, that was really popular, where they put those sort of like glass beads into blankets, because the weight on top of you makes you sleep better. It's like being swaddled, isn't it? Anyway, I'm going to leave that with you. I will keep you updated so you know. Now, if you want to order, go on to sewingstreet.com. That's probably the easiest way. Click on Watch Live. The item is there. Or if you want to talk to a human being, there's the number, 0800 001 4433. Now, that's a UK call centre. In fact, it's just upstairs. So they'll be able to help you, and they can talk you through split pay if you need. Just remember, that price goes back up to $249.99 at midnight. So if we don't sell out before that, it will go up anyway. So if you want that special price, you need to get it checked out. Have a think about it. We have got less than 30 left, though, just to warn you. I will put it to one side. Right, before we move on to lighting, I want to do my favourite product. I love this. It's extremely inexpensive item that I love. We used to have this on Sewing Street before, and when Kat was producing, she used to save it for when I was on, because it was both our favourite. It's $4.99. It's a wooden meter stick, but I just love it. It's just lovely. So let me lay it on the desk. Do you want to see? It's just great. It just reminds me of school. In fact, my dad was my maths teacher. And he was saying to the weekend, and I'd forgotten this, how he used to come into class and he'd just go like that on the table, and not on anyone's hand, I'd like to add. That makes everyone be quiet. And it's just really just old-fashioned. It is, well, I mean, it's got millimetres, it's got centimetres, it's got a hole in the end to hang up, so you can hang it up. But I think it's just a lovely thing to have in your workroom. But do you know what? This would make a lovely quilt hanger. If you've got a quilt as long as this or less, you could put tabs on the top of your quilt. So if you've got like a wall hanging, thread this through, and then because it's got the holes in the end, you could then attach that to the wall, and you've got a beautiful wall hanging on a wooden reel. It's only £4.99, and what amazes me as well, because you imagine posting that, how come, you know, it's so long, still only £3.95 postage. I know, but it's a lovely thing, isn't it? Only £4.99. One of my favourite things. I think it's just nice as a decoration in your workroom, but actually, on the serious practical note, it's really good measuring from something that's not a tape measure, that doesn't bend, that doesn't get melted by your iron, which I do regularly. But when you want to, if you're measuring measurements, and it has got metric and imperial, you place that on there. It's much easier to get an exact measurement, particularly if you're doing longer things, because it's a metre as well for like curtain making. It's really useful for that. Anyway, that's one of my favourite things. Love it. So we've got lighting, because although the clocks have gone forward, it's now dark in the mornings, and we still need decent lighting. So we've got Claire on. Claire, welcome, Claire. How was your journey?
Oh, yeah, a bit of a nightmare.
Did you get lost?
No, well, also the motorway was like really snowed up.
Was it?
And then I missed my turning, so
no.
So like an extra 15 minutes.
That's really. You sit there swearing.
And I'm thinking, oh no, I'm stressed. Never mind.
Well done for you got here though. Well done. Oh, that's so annoying when you miss your turning.
No.
There's nothing you can do.
No, I wasn't concentrating.
Right, so lighting still important.
Still important. I think a lot of people tend to think they're not going to need it now that the clocks have obviously gone back and we're going to have lighter nights.
Forward.
But forward.
Don't put yours back.
I always get that the wrong way round, forwards, backs. But you do still need to make sure that you're working with a good light, particularly if you're working with colours, because if you're matching your colours, you need to make sure you've got the daylight light and the daylight setting.
Right, okay.
To make sure that everything is still matches. But also, if you're working sort of like during the day, you know, we do still get really sort of dull.
Oh, I know.
Days.
Well, I always think even in the summer anyway, you still need the lighting, don't you? Because particularly if you're sewing in a shared room like the living room, and not everyone wants all the lights on, do they?
Exactly. And that's why a lot of our lighting is really good for that, because it's so flexible and positionable that basically just you get the light when you're working. You don't actually affect everybody else. Glare on the television and things like that, so that works really well for that.
Well, also I think there's a lot of people that say, well, my eyesight's going, I can't sew anymore, and you think, well, if you
get a good light, and then maybe if you then find you still need some extra help, a magnifier, then you'll still be able to carry on.
Then you can keep your hobby going. So which one are we going to go through first?
So should we go through the floor magnifiers, because we get a best of both worlds with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is called the 3-in-1 magnifier.
Right.
So what you get with this one is you get a box which has a base in, it has a pole in, and then you have the head which has got the light in. So this is called the 3-in-1 magnifier because you can either have it as a desk magnifier, you can have it as a floor magnifier, or you can clamp it onto the table. So you get a clamp that comes with it as well. So you get your 3 options with that. So here it is positioned as
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Have you not seen this one before?
No, I haven't.
No. Yeah, this has been really
I haven't
popular,
seen that
actually.
one.
So at the moment it's positioned as a desk magnifier.
Right.
So you switch it on here. So you just tap your button on there and then tap it twice to go to your brightest. And what we've also done with this one, which makes this quite different to what else is on the market at the moment, is you can angle the head. So you can then actually sit with it right in front of you when you're actually working, which is much better than having to go over the top, which sometimes a lot of people always use.
Well, also it depends what you're sewing. I mean, if you're like sewing something where you're working on a hoop or a frame, you might need it like that as well.
So if you're and particularly if you're using it as the floor standing one like that, then you can angle the head, and then obviously you're just like right underneath where you need to be as well. So it's brilliant for that. So the magnification on it is 1.75 times, so really strong magnification as well. So if I just maybe come underneath there with my ring and see if we can get the magnification in there. Yeah, there we go. So you can see how much that magnifies. So if I bring my ring out there.
So what's like a normal magnifying glass?
So 1.75 is probably sort of industry standard.
Oh, okay, so that's a good
level.
level.
It is a good level. I mean, you can go really high, but you have to be quite careful with magnifying glasses because things can start distorting.
Okay, so that's a really high one, but not
one to sort of start off with because it magnifies really well. And then
so you can light it and you can magnify it all at the same time.
You can do them all at the same time. So that's it, obviously, with the desk, and then here it is here. With the pole in the middle, position in the middle. So
and
that
all of that comes with it?
Yeah, so that all comes in the
box.
box. So you get all...
Fab.
So that's it. Obviously, it's going to be quite high up here now. But yeah, so you've got, obviously, you put this extender pole in, and then you would take this part out and put that into the pole, and then it makes it a floor standing
And it's got a really heavy base,
yeah,
isn't it?
It weighs 7.5 kilos.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a pretty hefty one.
Well, and it still only costs £3.95 P&P.
It does. It doesn't cost that to send it.
No, I bet it doesn't. Not for that amount.
No.
Do they come direct from you?
They come direct from me.
Right.
Yes. And we do it in black and in white. So
okay.
So you can see the two.
And you get all three. So for the £146.99, you get all the bits to clamp it to the table, to do the floor standing. So say you've got it at home, floor standing, and you're going on holiday. You could just take the clamp bit with you,
take the clamp and then just this part here, and then that's fit into your suitcase, and then still be able to
still be able to, without having to take the big base with you as well.
Yeah.
And right, just to let you know, which of both colours? Right, of the both colours, we are in single figures. So if you want them, you need to get checked out. So that's the code on the screen now. That's it in the white. But we do also have available in the black. So we'll put the graphics through for that one. I just think, for £146.99, if that means that you can continue sewing, it's worth it.
So many people say to me that they think they had to give up, doing something that they loved. And then once they got a good light and then a magnifier as well, they said it was just amazing to still be able to carry on doing what they loved.
Well, it is, because it's a shame, isn't it? Say, well, I can't see enough, so I can't do that anymore. And you just need the right magnifier.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? What a lovely thing.
It's been a really popular one, actually. So and the reason why it's actually become part of the range in Native is because so many of your viewers asked for a floor standing magnifier.
Oh, okay.
And then I did it in white initially, and then everybody was like, can we get it in black?
But it's nice because it does everything, doesn't it? So you don't need to have both things, because I know people have like lights and then they have a magnifying thing they hold around their neck, but this does the whole lot all together in one.
They have been really popular, and basically we aren't going to have any more for 2 or 3 months.
Oh, okay. And we're in single figures.
Yeah, and you're on single figures. So if you have been debating it, it's going to be a while before it's back in stock.
Wow.
So.
Now, that is on split pay as well. So that's 3 equal payments. So the way it works, if you've not done split pay before, it's interest free. And it's optional. You don't have to do it. But it's just a way of you spreading the payments without it costing you any extra. So you pay £48.99 now. The lamp gets sent straight to you direct from Claire. For just £3.95 P&P, might I add. Poor Claire. And then you then pay the second payment a month later and the third payment a month after that. It's just a way of you spreading your costs. When you buy it, whether it's on the phone line or whether it's on the website, you will be asked at that point whether you want to do split pay. It doesn't matter whether you do or you don't. It is optional either way. But if you would rather spread the cost, it is on a 3 split pay. But if that means that you can continue sewing, knitting, crocheting, whatever your craft is, it's got to be worth it, hasn't it?
I'd say so, yes.
I bought this magnifier when it was first launched. I use it on a daily basis and it's absolutely fabulous, invaluable for my embroidery and EPP from June. June, thank you so much for your review. It's you guys that know, isn't it?
It might have been June that originally asked for it, actually.
June from Northumberland says, I have a 3-in-1 magnifier. Warning, I've been known to stitch till after 3 a.m. as you lose the sense of time.
Yes, that's why some of our lamps have got timers on, so that's good.
And then they go to bed.
Yeah.
You need to go to bed. But it is your reviews that make the difference, because we can say what we think they do and everything, but it's the people who are using them day in, day out that know. And also give you feedback about what they want.
100%. And like I said, that's the reason why we've got this particular
So it was
lamp.
you guys that made the lamp.
Yeah.
Happen. Actually made the lamp. Lovely. Right, which one should we do next?
Shall we do the Luminas next? So
yes.
That's the other floor lamp that we've got. So the luminas are a lamp for if you don't need a magnifier, but you just need a lamp. So these ones are ideal for having by a chair or a sofa. But if you sometimes maybe work in a chair and on a table, then it's ideal to have this one, because you can move it around. So this one isn't as heavy. It's only 2.5 kilos, this one. So you've got this nice slim base here.
It's quite an elegant lamp, isn't it?
Yeah. So this one can be, tucked under the sofa as well quite nicely. Or if you're working at a table, then you want to sometimes have it in the lounge and sometimes in the table, then you can just pop that under. So if I bring that back down. But what's brilliant about this particular one is the neck of this one, the fact that it is just so flexible. So you can just twist the lamp to be exactly where you are. So if you're sitting in a chair and you're working, you can see that the light here is just on you. It's not going to be affecting anybody else or on the television or anything like that.
And that is important because you're in there and other people are watching the telly and you've got all these big lights.
Yes, exactly. And you've got lots of different colours as well. You've got 5 different options of colours on here. So you've got warm light, cool light, daylight, and a couple of different ones in between. And then each colour has got 5 different brightness settings as well. So if we go down to the brightest, that's the brightest one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 25 settings on this lamp, which
wow.
You're going to find a light here that's going to work for your eyes.
Well, you need different ones for different times, don't you?
And also, some people might have eye conditions and find that certain colours work much better than others for them.
Oh, okay.
So some people that have maybe got some eye conditions find the whole daylight, really bright daylight too much, so they can come down a couple of levels or go to the one just below as well. So that makes quite a big difference as well.
Yeah, and it is a shame, like you say, when you can't in the evening go, I can't do that, I need to do that in the daylight when you've got that. But they're not hot though,
they're not hot, they're all LEDs, so they don't generate any heat.
So you can have your sewing
you can be right underneath there and not worry about getting any hot. And they're much less energy efficient as well. So they don't use as much power as like a light bulb would. So if you've been considering updating your light for a while and you've
they're more energy efficient.
Yeah, so they're going to be obviously much more efficient because they don't use the same power that a light bulb would use. So it's a good time to maybe up, particularly with obviously energy costs.
Yes, because it is going to be a lot cheaper to run.
Yes. Definitely.
And it's great, isn't it, that you can get so close to it as well.
Yeah,
and I think that is the difference, isn't it? Because before I had a lamp, I would sit and think if I was doing some embroidery, I needed a light. I'd have to do it before nobody else came in because they didn't want all the lights on.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't have to worry about that. It also comes with the remote control.
Oh, does it?
And the remote control.
You don't let anyone else have.
Yeah. So you've got lots more settings on the remote control. So you obviously can power it from the pole. But say maybe you've got it behind the sofa and can't get to the pole that easily. You can use your remote control.
Well, you also want to sort of hold your sewing to see what you need.
Yeah.
Because you won't know what colour you need and intensity. You
No.
have to keep going back to it and they go, no, that's right, I'll go back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so that's got like a night light on it. That's got all the percentages. So like put it on 20% brightness, 50, 100, and then all the different buttons for the different colours as well. And it's got timer on as well. They've got I think it's
oh really?
1 minute and a 10-minute timer on them as well, so that's really good. And again, this one comes in black and white as well.
Right, okay. So depending on what you want.
Yeah,
that's the white one.
So the white one's here next to me. This one's not plugged in.
So this one is 109. The one on screen is the black one. And we're just going to put the white one in. 119.99. That's available in the white. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the split pay. It's coming. That confused me. I was like, that's available in 3 equal payments, $39.99. So again, optional. You don't have to do that, but also interest free. So if you want to buy that one, so that's a very sleek, elegant light.
That's very sleek, and that's just a light. If you don't need a magnifier,
there's no magnification, but it's very targeted. And again, use it at a desk. In a chair.
So you can, and if you're maybe like sewing on a table sometimes, but then in the evenings you want to maybe use it for doing some knitting or stitching in the chair, or even for reading. They're ideal for reading
that's
as
true,
well.
isn't
so
it?
people that are
reading in
read.
bed.
Yeah. definitely, really.
Yeah,
good
well,
option
everyone
for
will
that.
have a use for it, and I imagine there are a lot of people who do things like model making and stuff that do it. So,
Yes.
you know, these aren't just, they don't need to have to just be for you. You might be thinking of buying these as a gift for someone. Maybe you know someone who does model making or has struggles with reading and daylight.
Yeah,
And then, you know, this is a great gift for somebody. I think particularly, you know, when you've got people who are in a chair a lot of the time.
Yeah, definitely.
And what do you get them? Or get them something they need?
Yeah, exactly. And this obviously with the chair, with the chair, you know, you can have it at the back of the chair, and then you can have the light coming over the back of them as well.
Yeah.
So it's just so flexible and versatile, and also it stays where you put it. That's another thing with all of the lights in the native range, is that we have reinforced all of our goosenecks.
Well, I remember you telling me about when you developed the goosenecks, that they actually stay where they are and that they're really solid as well.
Yeah, because that was a big thing that I used to get feedback from lots of customers when I spoke to them. You know, what is it that you need from a light? And that was a big thing. It's like that it stays where I want it to, so it doesn't drop on my head or keep peeling back and things like that. So, and all our lights are also guaranteed for 2 years as well.
Oh, that's good. That's quite a long time.
Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, they're a lovely thing for yourself, but also think about, you know, gifting for somebody. Because if you can help someone to continue doing their hobby or reading, whatever it is, then that's just wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So it's lovely to hear that so many people say that once they've got one of our lights, that they've been able to carry on.
And you guys, you know, you are the ones who give us all the feedback and know what works and what doesn't. You can see from my 2 messages. So which one next?
Which one next? So we've got 2 little portable ones here.
I love this one.
You love this one.
It's just clever and lovely.
Yeah. So this is called the reverse light. So when you turn this one on, when you've got it on this side, you've got warm light, and then when you turn it round, it changes to daylight. It's not always that easy to see it on the screen actually changing.
It like pours in though, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you sort of turn it around and it's almost like the lava lamp
How
style.
does that work then?
So it's got a gyro in there.
Right.
So and when it turns around, then obviously it knows it's got to change its colour with the gyro
So just
in
like
there.
kind of the switch that you'd have on these?
Yeah.
Oh, let's turn it down.
So we've got the
So
lights
it's like
down.
a candle, be lovely outdoors.
Yeah, lots of people use them outdoors. Lots of people use them, like, I know there was they'd used it with the Living in Loveliness Easter wreath that they'd made and then put it in the middle and had it instead of a candle.
Because it's not hot at all.
No, not hot, and obviously a lot safer than using a candle. But it's lovely to use outside as well, and you've got like a little handle on the top there, so you can hang it under like a parasol or have it on.
It's almost like that's the one you'd have in the summer.
Yeah.
And then in the winter, you'd go for the daylight, and it would look like Frosty and Icicle.
Yeah. So there you go. You can see it changing now. So that's gone to daylight, and then turn it back round. And then you've got your warm light, you see that going up there.
That's lovely. Now, for some reason, I have no idea why, this is on 3 split pay as well.
Oh, normally when I come in, they put everything on split pay.
Okay, so the price for that, and it's $63.99, which is a fantastic price. It's beautiful quality light, but it's beautiful and useful.
Yeah.
A bit like William Morris.
It's rechargeable as well.
Oh, so there's no
batteries or anything.
Oh, and that does mean you can take it outside, so you haven't got to have.
So when it's charged, fully charged, it will last up to 8 hours as well.
Okay.
So
camping.
Yeah, lots of people take them camping, have them in their camper vans, and some people even have them in their cars. Lots of people use them as night lights, bedside lamps.
Well, that's what I think, you know, particularly going on holiday, you could have that as a bedside lamp. But also, if you were going on holiday and you were going to do some sewing, you want something quite small and compact, you can take that with you. With your daylight as well. Nice bedside light.
It also dims as well. So you've got the the buttons here. So if you just run your finger along there, and then that goes right down, and then that's back up to the brightest. But yeah, so it dims as well. And
great for power cuts.
Yeah, and it does it on both sides as well, so dims down on both colours as well.
So you've got the 2 colour choices, and you've got the dimming, and it's portable, and it's rechargeable. $63.99. For some reason, I've no idea why. It's available on split pay. Where's that gone? There it is. 3 split payments, £21.33. No, it only just came back. Yeah, it did disappear, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, it did.
And now it's back.
It did disappear. £21.33. So you pay 1 payment now, and then the other 2 in the next 2 months, totally interest free, won't cost you any more. Right, then the last one.
Then the last one is the torch.
This is Ben's favourite.
This has been a big favourite.
I haven't seen this one.
This has been a big favourite on Sewing Street. You haven't seen this one
No,
either? Oh, okay.
no, I haven't seen
so
this one.
So this is called the 2-in-1 travel lamp. So it's called that because it's a desk lamp and a torch.
Wow.
So to use the torch, you tap it twice on the little button there. And it's a torch with a really wide beam, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it goes, I mean, we did this before, I think.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Right. It's on the right on the other side.
So good in the car then?
Yeah, good in the car as well. It's rechargeable as well, this one, so you charge it up. So then when you're not using it as a torch, you stand it up and then you turn it on as a desk lamp.
Oh, that's genius.
So this has
I
got,
want that one.
This has got 3 different colours on as well. So it's got warm light, daylight and cool light. And it's got different brightnesses, so you keep your finger on and then it'll dim down. So that's it on
that
the
is your take
there.
On holiday light, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And lots of people say they use it for dog walking. They use it when they're walking to the pub at night because there's no... and then they said, and then when you're in the pub, if you go to quiz, you can then stand it up and have it as like a light for everybody on the table in the quiz.
Well, I tell you, that'd be good when you go to a restaurant and then you go, I've no idea what this says.
Yeah, I can't read the menu as well.
Good idea, yeah, for dog walking as well.
Yeah. And it's got a little plastic silicone round here, and that's indented, so when you stand it as a lamp, it doesn't actually mark the lens of the torch as well on that.
So you don't notice it that, but it holds it still.
It holds it
that is genius. £45.99. It's on split pay. £15.33. That is genius.
So yeah,
no, I haven't seen that one. So what was the development behind that one then? Were you trying to create something?
Yeah, so really somebody said to me, can you do a torch? And I thought, well, torch isn't really what we do, but I thought, well, what we could do is we could look at having like a little desk lamp that then turns into a torch. So that's how we then ended up with the 2-in-1 travel lamp. So
it's brilliant. Because actually, when it's like that, it doesn't look like a torch.
No.
Now it does look like a torch.
And then obviously, then you can then turn it around and then tap it twice.
Again, gift. I think that's a brilliant gift. Who would not want one of those? Yeah. You know, when you've got those people that you think, I have no idea what to buy them. Everybody would love that, wouldn't they? Because who doesn't want a torch and a travel lamp and everything together?
No. And again, it's another one, a brilliant one to keep in the car, maybe if you break down or something.
But it's lovely quality as well, isn't it? It's one of those gifts that you give to someone or buy for yourself that you know is beautiful quality.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we Native realises there is other cheaper products around, but we always go for quality and to make sure that they look nice as well. So that's
if you pay the quality, then they last longer, don't they? Yeah. And the aesthetic of it as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're always very careful about what we bring in, and we make sure that we like the look of it and the quality is good as well.
Well, yes, because I think if you're paying that money, you don't mind if you know it's going to last.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's when you pay less and it breaks, and then that's your own fault, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, buy cheap, buy twice.
Yes, I only heard that saying recently. I thought that's actually, and then you end up probably paying more than you would have paid for one of those in the first place.
30 years ago, I got a bonus from work, £200, which is a lot 30 years ago, and I bought myself a toaster. And it still works.
Oh, really?
A Dualit toaster. 30 years later. And £200 was a lot to spend on it.
Is that what you paid for your toaster?
Yeah, £200. That was a lot, wasn't it?
Ago.
I always wanted one. And I still have it, and it still works. So there you go.
There you go.
It's worth
proof in the pudding.
It's worth it, isn't it? So again, I love that. And I'm thinking, gifts as well. That's a really good gift, isn't it, for somebody?
Yeah, really nice one.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, Claire.
That's okay.
Claire, have you got to go now?
I'm heading over to Hobbymaker.
Right.
So, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for popping in.
That's okay.
And sorry you got off the motorway the wrong exit. That's so frustrating, isn't it?
Right. Okay.
So
lovely to see you.
Yeah,
I shall see you
too.
soon.
We'll see you soon. Lovely to see you. I'm going to have a little play with that torch in a minute. Right. Just to give you a quick recap on the William Morris kit. Now, while we were doing the lighting, we now have more in baskets than we've actually got in stock. Remember, there's a £70 saving on this kit. So I think this is going to be the last time we're going to be able to show it. £70 saving. I'm not sure whether we're going to have any left, and when we do, the price will go up. Now, the great thing about this, remember, it's 215 centimetres, which is 84 inches, so we're talking big enough, more than big enough for a king-size bed. You could get that on a Super King bed with a little, not as much overlap. It's not beginner, but it's not difficult. So it's not, I wouldn't say if you've never quilted before you could do it, but it's much easier than you think, because this is strip pieced and then the pieces are cut at an angle afterwards. I mean, it is an absolute work of art, isn't it? Remember, it's also available on split pay. So if 5 equal payments, that's interest free, it's just a way of us helping you to spread the cost rather than it cost any more. So normally 5 split pays are reserved for anything over £499, but for some reason we've done on this and we're going with it. So 5 equal payments for £35.99. So you pay £35.99 today and the kit will be sent straight to you. The kit comes packaged in a lovely box with full instructions. Let's have a look at the instructions. So they've listed in it all the different colours of the fabric and all the different prints, so it makes it easy peasy to do. All the fabric for the top of the quilt and the binding are included. Obviously you will need to include your backing and your wadding. If you use extra wide backing, you will need 2.5 metres. And for wadding, you'll need 235 by 235 centimetres. But everything else is in there, even the binding, which is lovely, because I think it's really nice to be able to bind in that. Now, I've made a few of these and demonstrated them before, and actually what I found is that there's always a little bit left over, so you may well have a little bit of all of them left over to do a scrappy binding and then use the binding fabric for something else. So let me show you how simple this is. What you do is you cut all the fabrics into strips. When you join them together, you offset them, and it explains the measurement. So like you sew D 2.25 inches below G, so they end up stepped. Then you take your rotary ruler and you cut across them at an angle, and because all the rotary rulers have that 45-degree angle, that means that you get this effect of looking like all of these have been individually pieced, which is quite complicated, but they haven't at all, because what you've done is the strips have been cut at an angle so that you get that effect, which I think is genius. It's absolutely beautiful. Now look at the fabrics you get in them. This one is my favourite one. So the colours in here, I'll just say there are a couple of fabrics in your kit that are different to these, but they are all William Morris. They are all this colourway. It's just a couple of the prints they've had to swap for different ones, but the colourway is the same and they're still William Morris. Look at that one. That's the Hares and the Strawberry Thief. So we've got some navies in there. We've got the lovely navy acantha sleeves, but these are all very muted William Morris, so the whole palette goes together. So the centre of the quilt and the tips of the star are in these darker fabrics. So we've got the navies, we've got the aubergine acantha sleeve, and then this brown foliage one. This is the one that's used for the binding. So as I said, if you used a scrappy binding, there's probably enough in the offcuts to do. But you would have that as an extra one. That's from the Bloomsbury collection. So that's the tips of the leaves and the main part of the, I'm just finding the centre. And then this is the one that's used in the centre. So it's this lovely ochre shade of willow. Isn't that beautiful? It's called Willow Boughs. That beautiful ochre. So those are your sort of darker features. But in order to get that sort of the ombre effect of the Lone Star, you then get all of these lovely subtle prints. That one's gorgeous, isn't it? That's got the name on it. No, it's not on that one. Damn. The Spirit to Create. So these are. This one's got like that really pale sage and a little bit of ochre in the flower. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Look at that. You've got that kind of very pale duck egg blue with the geometric design in a really soft chocolate colour. That one is, that's from the Mineral collection. It's called Pure Trellis. I think that's really lovely. Then you've got the lovely acanthus leaf, again, from the mineral collection, because it's a really subtle hue. So and that's what gives you that. It means that it will fit in with any interiors, because you haven't got super bright colours. It's just classic, it's just timeless. This one again is from the mineral collection. This is called Pure Fruit. I think it's pomegranates. Looks like pomegranates. And then this is willow boughs again, but again in your neutral shades. And then I love this one. This one, if you look, this is a very pale shade of, it's going to go like a chocolatey brown, browny grey colour. The mushroom, that's a good description, isn't it? A mushroom. But it's got acorns on it. And then all of this fabric, this great big piece of fabric, this is the one that's used. It's enormous, isn't it? There's loads of that. That, yeah, it tells you how much. Yeah, there's 4 meters, 30 centimeters of this one. And that is the one that's used in all of these big squares. So the square there, the big triangle, the squares, triangles, all the way over. And you've got 4 meters, 30 centimeters. I mean, to be honest, the quilt is beautiful, but even if you're buying it just for the fabric and you're not going to make the quilt, but you want the fabric and you've got another design in mind, I would just go for it. At a £70 saving, at $35.99 for your instalments, interest-free, it really is worth it. I mean, even of just this one, you get nearly 4.5 meters. It is beautiful. If you've always wanted to make a quilt, you've always wanted to make a William Morris quilt, now is the time. The quilting on it can easily be done on a domestic sewing machine. You can send it off to be long arm quilted. I mean, if that's something that puts you off, there are plenty of long arm quilters you can send them to. But this has been done on a domestic sewing machine, and all they've done is echoed the seam lines. So where these lines go, they've just gone all the way up there. So actually what they've done is stitched 1/4 inch either side of that seam line and then just carried along there. And they've done that all the way over. So it's nothing really complicated. And you will end up with an absolute work of art. We have got more of you who've got this in baskets than we've actually got available. And quite significantly, like loads more. So if you want it and you don't want to miss out, I know you've got it in your basket and you're thinking, well, I'll think about it, I'm not sure. But we are not going to get these back in stock. So if you want it, you do need to get checked out on it. Anyway, I'll leave that with you. Anyway, shall I go over into this table? We've got the clips! They sold out and pre-ordered. Do you know, every time we get these clips, I go, we've got the clips! And then they sell out. It's very annoying. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let's do this. I love this bobbin winder. Now, much as I love my brand new sewing machine, the only thing that I don't like about it is the fact it doesn't tell me when the bobbins run out. Why can't it shout at me, stop sewing, your bobbins run out? Really annoying. And then I have to unthread my machine and throw my bobbin up. But with this is genius. I love the fact that it looks like a suitcase as well. Like a handbag, like a little handbag. It's brilliant. So you open it up and it winds your bobbin. And you look at that and think, well, how is that going to work? Well, you put the bobbin, in fact, it's already threaded up. So I'm going to do that. It's probably wound. And that does extend. So you pull that up. There we go. Now that bobbin's already wound up. But basically, I don't suppose it'll work because it's what it does. So all you do is you put the spool there. It goes round here through the little loop, and then you put your bobbin there, and then you just press the button, and it winds up. I mean, it won't wind up now because it's filled. And then when it's done, and then you can keep, it's got another 2 things to keep the spools on there. So it's $19.99, it's just the fabulous gadget. So you can sit there and wind your bobbins up. You can do that late of an evening or something and get them all wind up, or get someone else to do it for you. But it's really nice to have them done. It also means that you can not use your machine, you can wind them up, you can do smaller like half ones or fill them up. So get yourself some spare bobbins for your machine if you haven't got any, because that's really useful. They will fit all the bobbins. And then you've got it there. When you want to then store it away, you just pop that down close it up, boom. It's just a great little gadget, 19.99, isn't it? And who was I talking? Alison Marion I was talking to. She said she's had this for ages and she's never had to replace the battery. But to just be able to wind your bobbins up so that you've done them all in advance, or if you don't want to unthread your machine because threading that needle was too difficult in the first place anyway, then get yourself a bobbin winder. It's a lovely thing. There's only 4 of them left. It's a lovely thing. I'm going to do the iron next. And we've got it in colours. Pink. Now, I love a travel iron. Well, I don't like normal travel irons because they're usually rubbish, because aren't they? They're not. Well, I don't know what they've been invented for. They get vaguely hot. But this is a proper sewing travel iron. So it's not a travel iron, it's for sewing. It's a mini iron, so it's actually got steam. But these come in a little travel case. So this is multi-use, isn't it? You know that travel irons usually are not very efficient. These have been created for sewing, so you can use it for your sewing as well as taking it on holiday. So there we go, the little iron. Now, normal irons, travel irons, don't come with very long flex, but remember this isn't a travel iron, it's a mini sewing iron. But how nice to have the longer flex. And that wraps round, so you've got really, really good long flex on it. You can put water in it. There's a little thing here to put water in, and it comes with a little jug, and then you pour it in, and honestly they heat up really quickly, so they are fantastic for if you're doing something where you need to do lots of pressing and sewing. Maybe you're doing EPP or FPP, or you're doing lots of half square triangles and you need to keep pressing it open. You can keep this on the machine, on a ironing mat, like a wool pressing mat beside your machine. It has a ceramic base plate, so it's nice and smooth. It has temperature controls, it has the steam, and it all comes in a little travel case. So if you want to keep it stored away, or you want to take it on holiday with you, it comes in the little travel case. So once it's all wound up, I mean, I think it's beautifully designed. Yes, and we only have, is that in the pink? So we only have 10 in the pink left, and I'm not sure. I don't know when we're going to restock, because it took ages to get these anyway. And you know, or even if we can, it is really beautifully designed, even by the fact that the cord will wrap around the handle, and it will stay there. And there's a little clip on the front, so you can hold it in, so that when you pop your iron in, the plug will even fit in there as well. I think it's a beautifully designed item, isn't it? It's gorgeous. And then it all zips up, and there we go. So you can take it on holiday with you, or what it's great for, you know, when you go on a workshop or a class and you're lining up for the ironing board because there aren't enough irons, you can take with you, if you've got like a little mini wool pressing mat, you take this with you, you've got your own iron to go, haven't you? And this is the one with the pink case. We have got it in the black case as well. Exactly the same, but the iron is exactly the same. It just depends on whether or not you want it in the pink case or the black case. Pardon? His and hers, yeah. I've really not done this very well. I need to get the plug in there. Not very good at packaging. There we go. So look, let me show you. Look, it nestled. The plug does nestle inside really nicely if you put it in properly. So they're exactly the same iron, exactly the same, does all the same thing. I love the fact it's got that little bit to put the jug in. But I know a lot of you have bought these specifically to take on workshops with you, or maybe when you go on holiday you want to do a little bit of sewing. You don't want to take your whole iron with you. This is great, but it does double up as a really good travel iron. How many travel irons have you seen that have decent steam on them as well? Right, I'll leave that with you. Right, what else have we got that I like? Yes, we can. Okay, we haven't got them. I'll just use this one. No, but it's fine, I've got this one. The Eliso iron. Don't even know how much I can tell you how much I love this. It's just the best thing. I waited a long time. I'd always wanted one. I kept looking at one, and then eventually I decided to get one. It is just brilliant. It is a dream. So you might you might have seen people our guests using them on air. I saw them a while ago, and I've really been after one. I had to wait for my iron to break to get one because I felt I couldn't justify it otherwise. So this iron, yes, you can use it for ironing all your clothes and all your laundry. That's absolutely fine. In fact, it's better than most irons. But it has been designed specifically for sewing and quilting. It's fab. So it's called iTouch, which is great. So when you put your hand on it, it lowers. And when you take your hand off, it rises. So what it's got is, it's going to lower now. It's got little feet. I'll take them off and then you can see. So it's got this bit here that sticks out, and then it has this section here. And that's what goes in and out as you take your hand on and off, which is why it raises and lowers. So that is fantastic. And it means that when you're, like, maybe you're pressing half square triangle seams open, you press them open, you like press, and you don't want to then keep going, putting it on its end and down and down. But it has other features as well, which are fantastic. Now, one of my favourite ones is the fact that you can fill it when it's horizontal. So all you have to do, if I turn it around, you see, is you lift up this, and you pour the water in. It comes with a nice big jug as well. You pour the water in, you close it down. So normally with an iron, you have to put it on its end. You have to open the spout and you have to sort of put it at an angle and it goes everywhere. I love the fact that, and that is really useful to me. It also heats up really quickly. And what happens is when you first turn it on, the light flashes red, and as soon as it goes green, it's done. So that's great. It's very quick because I always forget to turn mine on and I'm far too impatient. Other brilliant feature is it turns itself off as well. I can't remember how long it is, but is it 30 minutes? Have I left my iron on for 30 minutes? Oh dear. But it's great because it does turn itself off. So if you forget, then it does turn it off. Now, it is really powerful with steam. You've got different, like a normal iron, you can have the steam or not have the steam. It's entirely up to you. It has different heat settings and different steam settings. It has a spray. It has a really pointed point. So you can get right into things. So when you're like, maybe you're pressing into a box corner or around a collar, you can go right into that. It's brilliant for that. It's just fab. It has a really, really, really long cord, which is brilliant. So the main feature for me is the iTouch. I love that you can go up and down. That's fantastic. You can also check if your iron's on, because if you just touch it and it goes down, then it's on. Because sometimes you go, have I left that on or not? But all the features is great. I mean, it's $162.99, and so glad I've got it. It is a wonderful thing. It really is. 3.7 metres. I mean, obviously, I've stuck things on it. I've ironed interfacing, as we all do, and I've cleaned it all off. If you ever need to clean it, I bought the cleaning ironing stick that we sell on Sewing Street. Perfect, because, you know, we are only human. We all stick things onto our iron on a constant basis. So let me tell you, it cleans off beautifully. But it makes ironing quicker and simpler. Now, if you've got something that you really need to press, like lots of patchwork pieces, maybe FPP with loads of pieces, if you have got a wool pressing mat, and you use it in conjunction with this iron, you get the most fantastic press. I hemmed a pair of jeans the other day, and obviously haven't done that for a while, and I hadn't used my iron in the pressing mat to do it. I always seem to be mending them rather than hemming, and it gave the most beautiful crisp press. It was brilliant. So the two together is fab. Beautiful. It is. Great feature. Right, are we going to talk about menus for tomorrow? Now, I forgot my makes. Never mind. I know, I said I'm going to talk. Tomorrow, it's Coronation Day. Well, it isn't actually Coronation Day, that's the 6th of May. We are doing Coronation Makes. So I'm presenting tomorrow, and it's all about coronations. We're going to get ahead for our coronation celebrations. We've got so many days off. So at 8 o'clock, we've got Lewis and Irene Coronation Day fabrics, as well as other fabrics as well, because I know that you'll have your own makes that you want, but you'll just need the right fabrics to do it with. That's at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Wendy Orlando in, which is fab because I haven't seen Wendy Orlando since the Sewing Street birthday, which is ages. And she's in with her shoulder bag. Oh, that will be a lovely show because you know what Wendy's like. She just genius, knows everything, designs are brilliant, great fun. 10 o'clock is the coronation panels, and this is why I forgot to bring them in. So we've printed lots of different panels. We've got an apron, we've got a tote bag, we've got bunting, we've got charm squares, cushions. So I've made it all up, and I was going to bring it and show you. But hey, you can see it all in the morning. And I'm going to show you how to do the tote bag. We'll put the photos on because I got Ben to wear the apron this morning. We've got a picture in the apron, so we'll show that. At 11 o'clock, Wendy Orlando will be with us, and she's got a Let's Celebrate quilt. Let's celebrate because it is the Coronation Day special tomorrow. And at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. And funnily enough, Coronation, we've got the brilliant Sam Sabido in, who is going to do Coronation crochet makes. I've seen pictures of them. They are fantastic. So whether you're a sewer or you're a crocheter, you're going to love it. Please do check out on this William Morris quilt. Please, because we have very few left. It is a £70 discount. And when they're gone, they're gone. We won't be getting them back, and it's on 5-way split pay. We cannot do better than that for you. So thank you so much for joining me today. I will see you back here tomorrow morning when hopefully the clocks going forward will have all sorted itself out, and I'll be all. I feel like jet lag. It's only an hour. It's ridiculous, isn't it? You should feel like this imagine if the clocks went forward 8 hours, we'd all had it, wouldn't we? But an hour just feels like too much. So enjoy the rest of your, what day is it? Is it Sunday? Enjoy your Sunday lunch. I thought it was Saturday this morning. I'm so confused. Enjoy your Sunday lunch. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock.